Your Royal Highness, Your Excellency, honored guests, and conference participants. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you're listening from. My name is Alex Antonelli, and I'm Professor of Biodiversity and Director of Science at the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew. On behalf of all my colleagues at Kew and at the Botanic Gardens Conservation International, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the Reforestation for Biodiversity, Carbon Capture, and Livelihoods. First of all, I'd like to extend a huge thank you to the sponsors of this event. We are particularly Sky Zero, our headline sponsor. We're also supported by Franklinia and the Center for International Forestry Research and World Agroforestry Center, our collaborating partners. A huge thanks also to the team of organizers led by Drs. Kate Hardwick and Mimi Tanimoto, and Alice Dezacco and Jess Francis. The world's forests represent some of the most diverse and important ecosystems on Earth. In the Amazon alone, it's been estimated that there are more than 15,000 tree species. Forests are home to a complex network of species, and they sustain and support life far beyond their borders. But the world's forests are disappearing very fast, especially in the tropics. Since I was born in the Atlantic rainforest belt of Brazil, I've witnessed how that forest became ever more fragmented, and worldwide, we've lost about a quarter of all tropical forests. When forests are cleared, they have an immediate negative impact on regional climate, and by releasing their stored carbon into the atmosphere, they also accelerate global climate change. In contrast, left intact, they continue to capture more carbon and continue providing essential ecosystem services and other benefits to people. It is this realization that has led to increasing calls for protecting the world's forests, but at the same time, also for global reforestation initiatives to capture and store carbon. But large-scale tree planting could lead to disastrous effects on biodiversity if not planned well. For example, planting monocultures of eucalyptus in areas outside the natural range of the genus achieves the narrow aim of putting forests back into an area, but at the expense of native biodiversity. And this is what led us to publish our recent evidence-based review paper, setting out 10 golden rules for reforestation, which Kate will talk shortly about, and to convene this very meeting to bring all of our esteemed speakers and you, our over 4,400 online participants, together. Our central message is that reforestation at all scales has the potential to increase biodiversity, capture carbon, and provide multiple benefits to people's lives and livelihoods. By convening this conference, we aim to demonstrate how high-quality reforestation can deliver multiple benefits for climate, biodiversity, and livelihoods, to provide delegates with the tools, data, and expertise necessary to achieve better reforestation outcomes, to stimulate discussion and debate on best practice and policy for tree planting initiatives, and last but not least, to encourage new integrative, multidisciplinary approach to find workable, evidence-based solutions for successful reforestation across the globe. We invite you to join the conversation throughout the 3 days. If you were watching from Zoom, you can use the Q&A function to submit questions or comments during the main sessions, but please note that there is no Q&A facility for this opening session. We have set out a code of conduct for the Q&A sessions, and we ask you to all follow these 4 points, which will help us keep the discussion informative and focused. Include your name, and in the same post as your question, please don't post anonymously. Reread your question before you press send. Does it have the tone you intend? Could it have a different impact from how you intended? Keep your question on topic so it can be directed to the panel speaker, and keep your question as short and concise as possible. We have English subtitles available throughout the conference. If you're joining on Zoom, they are on automatically, but if you want to switch them off, please click on the up arrow next to the CC at the bottom and select Hide Subtitle. You can also join the conversation on social media using the hashtag #ReforestationConference. So once again, a very warm welcome to you all, and I'm delighted now to hand over to Dr. Kate Hardwick to talk about the 10 golden rules for reforestation. Kate is a conservation partnership coordinator in Key's Conservation Science Department. Over to you, Kate.
Thank you, Alex. I was joint lead author on the 10 rules paper along with Alicio De Sacco, and I'll highlight some of the key points from that paper now. We concluded that you can identify 10 fundamental principles to underpin reforestation in a wide range of different contexts, and we called these our 10 golden rules. So just to say upfront that while acknowledging the importance of agroforestry, we felt it's a subject in itself and was beyond the scope of this paper, although many of the rules do apply to it. So rule 1 was to protect existing forest first. This is absolutely key. Reforestation can't compensate for lost mature forests, at least not within our lifetimes. So protecting what we have left is essential. In many countries, all or most of the remaining forest is already logged or heavily degraded, but this is worth saving too. Rule 2 is work together. One study found that lack of community involvement was the most common reason for project failure. Projects need to actively involve stakeholders right from the start, and this includes in setting objectives, selecting land, etc. It's important to make sure that no social groups are overlooked or excluded. Rule 3 is aimed to maximize biodiversity recovery to meet multiple goals. So restoring biodiversity enables a whole range of different objectives to be met. And the evidence showed that in the long term, restored natural forests sequesters more carbon than fast-grown commercial plantations, as well as providing environmental co-benefits. Taking a landscape approach enables different objectives to be prioritized in different zones of the landscape in a balanced way. But even in production areas, better use could be made of valuable native species in what we called livelihood native forests. Rule 4 was to select appropriate areas for reforestation. This means targeting previously forested lands and avoiding areas such as grasslands, savannas that were not historically forested. Non-forested ecosystems can store a surprising amount of carbon in the organic matter of the soil, and which may be reduced if the area is artificially forested, and they're of course valuable in themselves. Where possible, connect or expand areas of existing forest. In terms of biodiversity, bigger is always better. But be aware that climate change may mean that restoring forest is not feasible in the long term, and a transition to another type of habitat, such as savanna, may be inevitable. Finally, it's possible that reforesting agricultural land may simply displace the agriculture elsewhere, but this risk can be minimized by taking a landscape approach and by involving all stakeholders in the planning process. Rule 5 is use natural regeneration wherever possible. And this means simply allowing or helping the forest to regrow naturally. Natural regeneration is not always a feasible option, but when it is possible, it's generally cheaper and more effective. Factors that make an area suitable for natural regeneration include being close to existing forest, and this will provide a source of seeds for natural dispersal to the restored area, and the level of site degradation. So lightly or moderately degraded sites will recover more quickly and easily. And there are various other factors. The evidence showed that natural regeneration is not always suitable in certain ancient landscapes, for example, Southwest Australia, where natural recolonization does not readily occur. So when natural regeneration is insufficient, tree planting will be required. And rule 6 is to select species for planting that will maximize biodiversity. The key thing is to plant a mix of different species and to be guided by those that are typical of the natural forest. A good example of doing this is the framework species approach, which you can hear more about in session 2. Above all, avoid invasive species that will take over and be difficult and costly to remove later. Rule 6 is to use plant material that will be resilient to environmental change. So using genetically diverse seeds, seedlings, and cuttings will give your restored forest the best chance of adapting and evolving to a changing climate over time. And this can be helped by collecting seed from many different parent trees and from large, healthy populations, either in the wild or from well-dispersed, well-designed seed orchards. Locally sourced seed is likely to be well adapted to the environmental conditions of your site, but including some material from a more distant site that matches predicted climate conditions will give your planted forest the genetic potential to adapt. However, in many countries, native seed and planting stock are not commercially available, which brings us to Rule 8. Plan ahead for infrastructure capacity and seed supply. So you need to start doing this well in advance, especially when planting material is not commercially available and needs to be produced by the project itself. So we say a minimum of a year, but in many cases 2 or 3 years will be required. Follow international seed quality standards, and there's more on this in session 7. As part of the preparation, it may be necessary to run trials and to determine the best method of propagation, seed treatments, etc. Rule 7 is learn by doing. So don't forget to consult traditional knowledge holders and look for existing data, because this can provide a wealth of information. Monitoring needs to be linked to project goals and should begin before you even start reforestation activities to establish the baseline position. And most importantly, act on the results and adapt management accordingly. Finally, Rule 10 is make it pay. One saying is a tree that pays is a tree that stays. Economic benefits from a restored forest can either be direct, such as sustainably harvested timber or products such as honey or medicinal herbs, or indirect, such as carbon credits, payment for ecosystem services, income from cultural activities such as recreation. And make sure that any benefits are fairly distributed amongst stakeholders, especially local communities. So acting on all these principles will ultimately bring us in a full circle back to a fully functioning forest ecosystem that will in turn need protecting and managing sustainably. So in a human-dominated but healthy and functioning landscape, you should see a well-balanced range of land uses and connected natural ecosystems, sequestering carbon to a high level, providing habitats for biodiversity, and bringing sustainable economic benefits to the local community. I'd like to thank all my wonderful co-authors and our funders, and this paper was published last month in Global Change Biology and can be found at this URL. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate. It's now my great pleasure to introduce my co-host, Dr. Paul Smith, Secretary General at Botanic Gardens Conservation International, who will talk about tools to support reforestation. Please, Paul.
Thank you, Alex. I'm just going to share my screen. Hope that works okay. Right, hopefully everybody can see that. Well, welcome to our conference, everybody, Reforestation for Biodiversity, Carbon Capture and Livelihoods. It's a great pleasure to be here, a topic very close to our hearts at BGCI and at the Botanic Gardens Kew. I'd like to thank our partners at Kew and also the World Agroforestry Centre, C4, and of course our sponsors, Sky Zero and the Frank Linear Foundation. This conference was very much precipitated by the huge commitments made by governments, the corporate sector and civil society to plant trees, billions, even trillions of them. On the one hand, for those of us who work in forestry and botany, plant conservation, it's as though all of our buses have come along at once. On the other hand, many of those buses seem to be leaving without us on them. Our aim is to encourage you to plant trees, but not just any trees. We need to be planting the right trees in the right place. And our aim is to give you the information, tools, and expertise you need to achieve better outcomes for livelihoods, carbon sequestration, and biodiversity. As Lord Stern said all of those years ago, business as usual is not an option. Cutting down old growth forests, the most effective carbon sinks with one hand and planting trees on the other makes little sense. And according to the Food and Agriculture Organization's State of the World's Forests report last year, we've cut down 50 million hectares of forest over the past 5 years. That is an area the size of Spain. This makes little sense from the carbon sequestration perspective. Every wild tree species provides shelter and food for 1,000 other species of mammals, of birds, insects, lichens, fungi, and so on. So this also makes no sense from the biodiversity perspective. We are not replacing like with like. This is not the same as this, or even this. There are around 60,000 tree species in nature. We plant a few hundred species globally. Comparing natural forests with plantations is like comparing a symphony with a tune played on a dog whistle. So governments, as signatories to the Convention on Biological Diversity, you have national sovereignty over that biodiversity. And with that sovereignty comes responsibility. A third of all tree species are threatened with extinction. At least 445 tree species are down to fewer than 50 individuals left. We aim to persuade you to use the regulatory levers and incentives at your disposal to protect and restore what is left. There's some examples here. Investors and financiers of large-scale tree planting, wherever possible, we hope to persuade you to invest in carbon stocks that are already in the ground. Use your capital to protect and restore old growth forests. And conservation organizations, let's leave the industrial forestry model to the foresters. Let's shift the needle towards biodiversity and local solutions. Work with local communities to restore forests and habitats using local plants and with carbon, livelihood, and biodiversity benefits. Let's also bring in the science, some rigor associated with what we plant, with how we monitor that planting and how we manage that diversity into the future. When I see panels of people promising to plant 1 trillion trees, I would have a lot more confidence of the right outcomes if they included foresters, ecologists, plant scientists, and horticulturists. Otherwise, it's a lot like watching political leaders recommend a medicine without first asking the medical profession if it is effective, something that was unthinkable a year ago. Yes, anyone with a spade can plant a tree, just as anyone with a spoon could administer medicine. But if we want that tree to survive, thrive, and fulfill its true potential, we need to plant the right trees in the right place for far better outcomes than we're achieving right now. So how can we do this? Well, we'd like to help. There are over 3,000 botanic gardens in the world. Collectively, we grow at least 1/3 of all known plant diversity, including more than 18,000 different tree species. Our workforce comprises tens of thousands of scientists, horticulturists, and educators, and our infrastructures include the most sophisticated and diverse seed banks and nurseries on the planet. Botanic gardens and arboreta, unlike many other kinds of public garden, are underpinned by science. We can tell you exactly where the biodiversity is, where it should be conserved, what will grow where, and crucially, how to grow it. This conference will help you with accessing information, tools, and advice. Our frustration is not that people are planting trees. That's wonderful. Our frustration is that we're missing opportunities to be so much better than we are now. Over the next few days, you will be given an opportunity to see tools, case studies, and so on. We'll present information on the global tree assessment, which includes maps of all known tree species, which ones are threatened, and so on, all the kind of information that planners need for large-scale tree planting and conservation programs. We will help with selecting species to tackle the 3 main crises: biodiversity, climate, and poverty, with the right species providing the right outcomes associated with those crises. We will present tools, and we have a whole range of tools in multiple languages, online databases like QSeed Information Database, which has germination protocols for tens of thousands of wild plant species, through to briefs, videos, how to do everything from working with a community to setting up a diverse nursery. And we will also be presenting through the project showcases examples of how this can be done, how we can do really highly diverse restoration and tree planting. This particular picture from Uganda. Another one here from South America. And this one from Southeast Asia. And there'll be quite a lot about training opportunities and so on. There's just some figures here from my organization. This is vocational training, training people to set up diverse nurseries and so on, bringing expertise from all over our network around the world for better outcomes. So we'll also present some tools. We've got a directory of expertise, which is currently under development. If you need to know you're expert in seed conservation or in setting up a nursery or ecological restoration, you'll be able to search on this tool by geography, by discipline, and so on. And I'd encourage you to come along to the sessions, particularly on day 3, where some of these tools will be presented in much more detail. So all that remains is to say thank you, and I hope that you will be part of the change that needs to happen, which we really hope that this conference will help to catalyze through discussion and dialogue. And I'd also encourage you please to join me if you can at the closing session on Friday, where we will sum up the conclusions of the conference, and I hope agree on a conference declaration, which will be the starting point of doing tree planting differently. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I'm now honored to introduce Q's patron, His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales.
Thank you, Alexandre and Paul. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to join you all for such a timely and significant conference in this critical year for the environment. As patron of both organizations, I can only offer my warmest thanks to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew and Botanic Gardens Conservation International for bringing together so many different voices at this remarkable virtual gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, I hardly need to talk to you about the planetary emergency we are facing, nor the desperately urgent need for action. Yet, if I may say so, I believe we now find ourselves presented with a unique opportunity to catalyze change towards a sustainable, nature-based path. The tragedy of the pandemic has sharpened the world's attention towards the problems we face, and the world's corporations are, at last, waking up to the need urgently to reset their operating models. With 3 United Nations conferences on the conventions on biodiversity, climate change, and desertification taking place this year, we finally have a chance to address the environmental crisis holistically. Now, as you know far better than I do, deforestation is one of the greatest challenges faced by humanity today. Forests are, of course, amongst the richest biological areas on Earth, tropical or temperate. They offer a magnificent variety of habitats for plants, animals, and microorganisms. Yet, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization has estimated that about 13 million hectares of the world's forests are lost due to deforestation each year. Although there is increasing awareness of the issue in the West, the loss of the world's natural forests has accelerated in recent years, with disastrous consequences for climate change, rural communities, and global biodiversity. But I need hardly say that we all depend on forests for the myriad benefits they provide, and we are all aware of the critically important role that nature, and trees in particular, play in combating climate change by sequestering and storing carbon. As our planet is embroiled in this deepening crisis, it is absolutely vital that more trees are planted in the right places and that more woodlands are created and established, whilst ensuring that we also protect and sustain what we already have. It is essential too that we plant the right species. For example, those with specific ecosystem benefits such as the fixing of nitrogen, pollution filtration, flood risk reduction and watershed protection. Trees and forests do of course provide so many other socioeconomic benefits, for instance in improving biodiversity and pollinator services as a source of much needed sustainably harvested timber and non-timber products, and not to forget, generally creating a healthier and happier place for us all to live. Although many early reforestation initiatives took the form of monoculture plantations, people are at last increasingly recognizing that forest landscape restoration, adopting a mixed species approach, will enable us to create diverse forests that meet multiple goals. An holistic approach to reforestation is therefore long overdue, recognizing the place of restored forests in a human-dominated landscape, balancing the immediate benefits to people with the needs of other species and with the long-term health of the environment. 40 or so years ago, I suppose, I launched the Business in the Community Network with the aim of promoting responsible business and supporting innovation to sustain and repair our planet. Its members today work together to promote sustainable supply chains, reducing the threat to natural forest ecosystems. While the shift in business practices towards circular economy principles in this time has been quite encouraging, there is so much more to be done. This is why I launched my Sustainable Markets Initiative in January last year, leading to the publication of Terra Carta last month, as a way of seizing what is now, I fear, a very narrow window of opportunity to mobilize the world to accelerate our transition to a sustainable future. After all these years of working with the private sector to try and encourage corporate, social, and environmental responsibility, I fundamentally believe that the private sector has the potential to help lead this effort. Over this past year, I've been convening global industry CEOs across industry verticals, engaging with investors and speaking with world leaders to identify ways we could work together to accelerate our progress through concrete actions on the ground, particularly in scaling up examples of best practice around the world. Within the 10-point plan of my recently launched Terra Carta, there are 2 articles of particular relevance to safeguarding and restoring the world's forests. These are investing in nature as the true engine of our economy and adopting common metrics and standards. To accelerate concrete action in these areas, I was delighted to launch the Natural Capital Investment Alliance at the One Planet Summit last month, alongside President Macron. This alliance is targeting $10 billion in natural capital investment by next year, working with market leaders to build natural capital as an investment theme across asset classes. Clearly, however, we need to be talking over some period of time in the region of hundreds of billions of dollars across a wide waterfront of climate change and biodiversity, as well as natural capital needs and opportunities. And incidentally, I cannot stress more strongly the need to regenerate nature's capacity to sustain us. After all, nature's contribution to the global economy is estimated to be worth more than $125 trillion annually. That's greater than the entire world's annual GDP, estimated at $87.79 trillion in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last year we have begun to see a greater appreciation of nature and an understanding of the link between environmental degradation and its consequences. In this context, we are pushing at an open door when it comes to increasing public engagement in nature-based solutions, in regenerative agriculture and agroforestry, tree planting and reforestation to combat climate change and restore biodiversity. It is an opportunity not to be missed. Although I have focused on forests, we should not underestimate the importance of trees in the wider environment. For instance, urban trees, but also agroforestry systems. During my lifetime, I have witnessed the catastrophic loss of field trees, hedges and hedgerow trees, and orchards. At last, we are beginning to learn what a vital role trees do actually play in the farming landscape, and we must act quickly to make agroforestry mainstream as opposed to just a niche activity. History shows that times of crisis are often also times of opportunity for creativity and innovation, which, when harnessed to investment, can transform even the darkest prospects into a brighter future. Over the coming days of the conference, you will hear many diverse perspectives and experiences from world-leading experts in this space. I very much hope that some of the lessons that come out of it will provide much-needed direction in this critical year, and that this virtual gathering will generate new ideas, initiatives, and resources, as well as integrated partnerships, which will herald a new era for the world's forests. Collaboration across the various sectors represented at this conference will be essential so as to avoid people operating in fragmented silos. Ladies and gentlemen, tree planting for biodiversity, carbon capture, the circular bioeconomy, and livelihoods is a massive and hugely important task. It is also far from simple. For instance, one critical point, if I may say so, is the importance of tending what it has been planted. However, I'm convinced that it can and must be done, and we must start now. I can only wish you all a fruitful few days' discussion and much look forward to learning what progress you make.
Your Royal Highness, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Costa Rica is world-renowned for exemplary management of its forest ecosystems. I am now honored to welcome to the conference President Carlos Alvarado Quesada of Costa Rica to give a keynote speech.
His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, Professor Alexander Antonelli, Director of Science, Kew Botanical Gardens, Mr. Jeremy Darroch, Executive Chairman, Sky Group, distinguished members of Kew Gardens and participants in the conference, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to be part of this most important conference hosted by an institution such as Kew Royal Botanical Gardens, a global leader in botanical collection, plant diversity, science, research, and recognized as one of the most biodiverse places on Earth with a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It is also an honor to share these opening remarks with the patron of Kew Royal Botanical Gardens, the Prince of Wales, who over the last decades has been a visionary leader and a relentless voice in presenting the consequences of climate change and the need for all of us to engage in solving the greatest threat that humanity has ever faced. We commend and appreciate your leadership. your Sustainable Markets Initiative with the 10-point action plan across this decade and the Terra Carta Charter presented in the One Planet Summit in France last January are both plans that we absolutely support. There is no doubt that our planet is now at a turning point where the initiatives must be transformed into concrete actions and agreements. The scene is set for making 2021 into the most important year for climate change, where consequential issues must be addressed and agreements must be reached in order to achieve the goals set for the Paris Agreement. As a world, and under the core principles of multilateralism, we already have built a roadmap. The United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity in Kunming, China, and the UN Convention to Combat Desertification, culminating in the much-awaited COP26 in Glasgow. Along with the Leaders' Pledge for Nature, launched in September 2020, where global leaders committed to 10 urgent actions to put nature on a path to recovery by 2030, and an important group of international initiatives such as the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, championing a global deal for nature and people that can halt the accelerating loss of species and protect vital ecosystems that are the source of our economic security. And the Global Ocean Alliance, an international commitment to protect minimum 30% of the oceans through marine protected areas by 2030. We have a guide to improve understanding at a technical and political level on how to deliver clarity, robustness, and integrity to deliver an ambitious outcome at the COP26 this year in Glasgow. Costa Rica, as a country, believes in transforming our current economic model into one based on bioeconomy, green growth, inclusion, solidarity, and on enhancing the well-being of all citizens. In Costa Rica, conservationism is not a policy of one government, but a policy of the whole country that includes government, private sector, civil society, and our nation and people as a whole. 50 years ago, we had one of the highest deforestation rates in Latin America. We had gone from 75% rainforest coverage 1 century ago to around 25% by the 1980s. But we decided to intervene through economic incentives to restore and preserve the forests. Currently, more than 50% of the land is again covered by forests, and our landscape is home to more than 500,000 plants and animal species. Today, on this same date, we commemorate the second anniversary of the launch of our National Decarbonization Plan, which defines the actions identified to reach a decarbonized and resilient economy in Costa Rica by 2050. I was certainly rejoiced in congratulating the Prime Minister, Mr. Boris Johnson, on the announcement of Her Majesty's government to increase its climate ambition with a new goal of advancing on the reduction of greenhouse emissions by 68% by 2030, and defining a course of action for achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. I wish you all have a successful conference, and I congratulate Kew Gardens for organizing and bringing together experts in the following 3 days. Thank you, cheers, and much success.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are extremely thankful to Sky Zero for being headline sponsors of this conference. I'm now delighted to hand over to Jeremy Darroch, Executive Chairman of Sky Group.
Your Royal Highness, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and an honour to be virtually with you today, and I would like first to pay tribute to the two outstanding individuals we've already heard from. Your Royal Highness, we are grateful for the unstinting leadership and commitment you bring to environmental issues, and in particular to the fight against climate change. And to President Alvarado, your country has set an important example to the world in stopping deforestation, and we thank you for that and your inspiring remarks today. I also want to give a special thanks to the organisers of today's event. The Royal Botanic Gardens is truly an organisation that punches above its weight in the world, and this conference and the expertise assembled here testify to your intellectual leadership in promoting sustainable forestry, and your other initiatives. You are making a vital difference in the struggle to save the planet. The world's forests, and especially its tropical rainforests, are an essential and priceless resource that have been sadly abused by humanity in recent decades. Slash and burn deforestation is a major contributor to the emissions that are warming the planet, and it's rapidly eroding Earth's capacity to store carbon and prevent it rising in the atmosphere. At Sky, the company I've had the privilege to lead for the past 13 years or so, we've had some involvement in this issue, working with WWF to save over 1 billion trees in the Amazon rainforest. We know that much more needs to be done to create the conditions in which forests can be valued alive rather than dead, and in which trees can be thoughtfully replanted around the world. And Kew is leading the charge. We are living at a critical time. I want to spend a few moments describing why I think that is so, and why today, as a global community, governments, business and citizens, we face particularly heavy responsibilities. I want to issue a call to action by governments, business and civil society. It is urgent, and it requires a large number of far-reaching decisions this year and over the next decade. I am not, or not only, referring to the pandemic. I'm talking about the fact that as we start to emerge from one global challenge, we find ourselves confronting another, even more serious one, that of stopping irrevocable climate change. We may have been temporarily distracted in the past 12 months by the misery and destruction wrought by COVID. But as we emerge from that struggle, we can see with even greater clarity the climate battlefield ahead of us. We're in the process of vanquishing the virus, thanks to bold government action and brilliant science. But we now face the even more onerous task of re-engineering our lives, our systems of production and consumption, and indeed the entire global economy, to slow and then stop the relentless accumulation of carbon in our atmosphere. Of course, the pandemic and climate change are separate issues, but they have at least three things in common. First, they are both global challenges with lethal consequences. Second, they both expose in their different ways the vulnerability of our species and our economy to systemic risks. And third, to defeat the virus, we need a winning combination of international cooperation, partnership between governments and business, and miracles produced by scientific innovation. It so happens that exactly the same combination will be required to bring global warming under control and avert ever-increasing physical climate risk. But there's a bigger and even more important message for the climate struggle that I see emerging from the events of the past year. And that is that we should never underestimate what is possible to achieve if governments and business work together on a shared existential challenge. A year ago, the pandemic moved rapidly from being a distant threat to an omnipresent and implacable enemy. Now, its story, with a beginning and a middle and not too far off an end, in confronting the challenge of climate change, we have to believe we can move through a similar cycle. That defeating global warming is, as one authoritative report put it only a few months ago, mission possible. And the thing is, We can, and it is. The technology is now readily available to produce radical and rapid reductions in carbon emissions. Cost-competitive solar and wind power, electrification of the vehicle fleet and buildings, process change in industry, carbon capture. Economically, the investment is utterly affordable. In fact, in annual investments over 10 or 20 years, it's a small fraction of the sums that governments have thrown at overcoming the pandemic and its economic effects in just 1 year. Hardly anyone believes that a rapid return to government austerity is the right recipe for the post-COVID world. Correctly, the focus now is on building back better, on using reconstruction to green the economy. So a climate transition is not only desirable, but it's also feasible and it's affordable. But in my view, there's another important reason to believe that it's actually possible. And that lies in the sea change that has taken place in attitudes to climate change over the past year. Just look at the way governments and business are now committed to strive for net zero emissions. More than 120 nations have made such pledges, covering nearly 2/3 of global emissions. That includes the US under a new climate-friendly administration and back in the UN Paris Agreement. It includes the EU, Japan, and even China, which surprised many by promising to reach net zero by 2060. The number of big companies doing likewise doubled in 2020 to over 1,000. And on the financial markets, money is pouring into green investments. Much of this, it's true, so far amounts to words, not deeds, and those words still need to be translated into actions. At Sky, we've made our commitments too, including now over a year ago, that of reaching net zero by 2030. And I know how difficult it is to make the changes that will enable us to meet that goal, but we must. But it seems clear to me that there's a new sense of common purpose out there, in government and in business, that's even more obviously the case in society at large. Opinion polls regularly place worries about climate among citizens' top concerns. At Business in the Community, where I was chair for 3 years until December, we made a similar discovery. When asked what they most wanted business leaders to do, people said 3 things: do more for young people, do more for the environment, and do more together for the common good. All 3, you could say, amount to a call for action on climate change. It's young people, after all, who will be the most exposed to the consequences of climate change, not the decision makers of today. And there is no collective good more important than future life on our planet. So politicians and businesses will definitely have public opinion at their back if they decide to turn their commitments into deeds. What's missing then? Well, if things are moving in the right direction, why did I say at the outset that I saw a need for urgency and for lots of far-reaching decisions this year? Well, for 2 main reasons. First, it is the unavoidable reality that if we are able to have a hope of slowing the accumulation of greenhouse gases, it's what we do in the next 10 years that matters most, starting now. That's because the greenhouse effect is a cumulative problem. The second reason has to do with the zeitgeist I was describing just now. As we emerge from the COVID pandemic, it would seem that the planets are aligned for us to move forward in a way that they never have been before. And they may not be again in our lifetime or that of other people in positions of responsibility today. Citizens all over the world are suddenly and painfully aware of the vulnerabilities and the fragility of their environment. Governments and businesses have been working together in unprecedented ways to combat and defeat the virus. They can see the need for collective action on climate too. And they have living evidence that if they put their minds to it and significant resources behind it, together they can succeed. Governments need to adopt holistic policies to drive decarbonisation, using targets and carbon caps, regulation, economic signals, support for R&D and innovation, and yes, taxes. Whatever it takes, as the European Central Bank chief said at the height of the euro crisis, to reshape economies and behaviours. Businesses will respond to targets and economic signals, provided policies are well designed and drawn up for the long term, rather than erratic and constantly changing. And given the challenge and opportunity, individual businesses can and will work together to change entire sectors of the economy, something we in the media and entertainment industries are very familiar with, given our independence on technology. There's another reason, though, why this year is so crucial. That's an event taking place right here in Britain, the COP26 climate conference being convened by our government in Glasgow this coming November. It's a gathering of nearly 200 governments to follow up on the path-breaking 2015 Paris Accord. Its importance can hardly be overstated, not least because it is overdue after COVID put it off last year. I'm proud that Sky is acting as COP's principal broadcast media partner to help the conference deliver and communicate its goals. Glasgow is where it's all supposed to come together, where we'll see whether and how all those government net zero commitments are going to be turned into action. It's where business too will need to step up and acknowledge its own responsibilities and what it's going to do to meet them. And it's where the will for cooperation between nations, between public and private sectors, and across civil society will be put to the test. Ladies and gentlemen, after the year of the pandemic, we are now into the year of decision on combating climate change. Governments know that they have to make far-reaching changes to the economy. Business is stepping forward to do so. Society wants movement. It's vital for the future of all of us that we move together to confront climate change. With luck and a following wind, Glasgow can become the launch pad for urgent and concerted action. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jeremy. And finally, it's my great pleasure to welcome Dame Amelia Fawcett, Chair of the Board of Trustees of the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, to say a few words.
Thank you, Alex. And thanks also to our wonderful partners and co-conveners, Botanic Gardens Conservation International, as well as all our extraordinary speakers and our sponsors. This really has been a joint effort. Your Royal Highness, President Alvarado, ladies and gentlemen, as chair of Kew, it is my great pleasure to add my welcome to Alex's and to Paul's. It's a great honor to have you all together to address one of the greatest challenges of our time, the global tragedy of deforestation. We must, at long last, and before it's too late, rectify some of the damage we've done to the world's forests. As others have noted, but it's worth repeating, this year has the potential to be a game changer for biodiversity with the Convention on Biodiversity and COP15, for climate with COP26 at Glasgow, as Jeremy has just outlined, and for ecosystems with the UN Decade of Restoration. In short, this is a unique chance to get it right on all fronts, but we must have coordinated action. This remarkable conference demonstrates the huge body of reforestation experience and expertise available worldwide. The extraordinary number of registrations for this conference, over 4,400, certainly demonstrates the massive public interest in forestation and the need to quickly address the scourge of deforestation. Kew and BGCI are totally committed to doing everything we can to help drive this critical effort forward in the months and years ahead. As all of you know far better than I, we need to find new ways to unify restoration policy and practice and agree common standards that we can all work towards. So I hope and believe that this conference will signify a paradigm shift, a global change of mindset, so that natural forests and native species are more highly valued. Much will be said over the next 3 days about science, practice, policy, standards, and above all, the importance of forests to life on Earth. In closing, I'd like to turn to the humanity of forests by citing the Scottish-American John Muir, also known as John of the Mountains, and the father of the American national parks. Muir said, "The clearest way into the universe is through a forest." I should add that he also said that when one tugs at a single thing in nature, he finds it attached to the rest of the world. I can think of no better description of why we must use this next decade to reverse the environmental devastation we see today. Action is needed now to end biodiversity loss and repair our world. I've no doubt that the work of each and every one of you, and all of you together, will ensure we find workable, evidence-based solutions for reforestation to benefit biodiversity, carbon capture, and livelihoods. As His Royal Highness said, this virtual gathering is a wonderful opportunity to generate new ideas, initiatives, and resources, as well as integrated partnerships, which will indeed herald a new era for the world's forests. Thank you for all of that.
Thank you, Dame Amelia, and thanks again to all speakers. We'll now take a short break, during which we will show a video on Q's work in Colombia. Session 1, Planning for Carbon Successes and Challenges from Across the Globe, will start shortly at 10 minutes past the hour. I look forward to fascinating talks and engaging discussions in the next session and across the 3 days.
Hello, I'm Professor Simon Lewis, Professor of
Colombia is the second most biodiverse country in the world. In this country, you will find all kinds of ecosystems, from desert to tropical rainforest, and there's about 30,000 plant species reported so far. Colombia has had for the last 60 years a very difficult conflict. Now, in the post-conflict era, many of these areas have opened not just to scientific exploration, but also to the advancement of agriculture areas. There is evidence of an increased deforestation in this era of post-conflict, and there is a race to protect these areas, to understand what's their value and how we can make a sustainable use of these lands. Kew Garden is supporting the sustainable development of Colombia by carrying out scientific exploration in many areas to understand this country's biodiversity.
In the world, there are about 35,000 orchid species. And the country that has, to date, orchids the most is Colombia, with about 4,207 species. Kew is particularly interested in Colombian orchids because its diversity is poorly understood, but also because they have an untapped potential as source for medicaments, food sources, etc.
This is the first time we've been able to study the biodiversity in this country after the conflict. And it's been absolutely fantastic to be able to explore these areas. We believe we have found many new species, and we are now delivering fantastic advances for the knowledge of this biodiversity. Hopefully, with the projects we are carrying out in the country, we can show the world that it's possible to grow in a sustainable way.
Shall we begin? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Musonda Mumba, and I also happen to be the director of the UNDP, that is United Nations Development Programme, part of the UN system, the Rome Center director. And the Rome Center is called in full the Rome Center for Sustainable Development, which is also supported by the Italian government. And the Italian government also happens to be the carrying chair of the G20 and also co-presidency for COP26. Very excited to be a part of this Kew Garden conference on reforestation for biodiversity, carbon capture, and livelihoods. What an exciting session that we're just about to start. We're going to crisscross from around the world and go to such exotic and beautiful spaces where you're going to experience and get an in-depth understanding from different speakers around work, for instance, in the Congo, around peatlands in Brazil, the Mata Atlantica, which is the cloud forest, the Atlantic forest, around the Sahelian region, just really understanding grasslands, mosaic landscapes in the UK, and also in the Philippines. We have such a broad spectrum of speakers and really experienced colleagues here. Now, also speaking as the carrying chair of the Global Partnership for Forest and Landscape Restoration, you've heard from the previous speakers in the opening session that really our planet is at risk. And even as we look at the diversity of this planet we call home, we see that challenges have been exposed, and how we've lived, what we've eaten, or how we've worked really has been a challenge. And here we are in a pandemic world, and we're now navigating a space where we have to meet virtually. However, it's great to just really hear that there's continued work and there's continued work efforts. I want to say to all the speakers and all the listeners, please, there is an option for you to ask a question. There's a Q&A box in there, and please do follow the code of conduct and protocol and just the question. And also do direct the question to the specific speakers. So to introduce my speakers today, I would like to mention to everybody that we have recorded versions of the actual session. And to start with, from my former university and alumni, University College London, is Professor Simon Lewis, who's going to talk about, can we plant our way out of the climate crisis? So looking forward to this session, and if we can have the video, please.
Hello, I'm Professor Simon Lewis, Professor of Global Change Science at University College London and University of Leeds. I'm here to talk about, can we plant our way out of the climate crisis? Or put another way, what can reforestation and forest restoration do to help us in this climate crisis? There's a basic science problem that if we want to stabilize Earth's climate, that requires greenhouse gas emissions that are added to the atmosphere from human activity to go down to zero. And that means there's going to be some negative emissions, some removal of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere to balance any ongoing residual emissions, what we call net zero. And ecosystem restoration can provide some of that negative emissions. But we also have a basic problem in terms of reality. That powerful actors have repeatedly sabotaged emissions reductions plans. And it's worth remembering that since the first Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report came out way back in 1990, more than 50% of all the fossil fuel emissions in human history have been emitted since that time. So there's a lot of greenwash and claim and counterclaim from fossil fuel companies, airlines, and the like. To use reforestation and broader nature-based solutions as a talking point, not to reduce emissions, but to continue with business as usual. I want to show just one example of that. So here's a Shell campaign that says that you can download an app, and when you fill up your car with fossil fuels, they'll plant a tree so that you can keep driving as normal and be carbon neutral. And that's obviously not about shifting a transport system to zero emissions and getting to net zero. This is about continuing with business as usual. So with that in mind, and that there are these claims and counterclaims about what reforestation and nature-based solutions can do, let's take a look at what the potential really is. So there's a finite amount of land where trees can grow. And this is a paper by Cook-Patton that was published last year in Nature, showing the amount of sequestration, the amount of removal of carbon from the atmosphere and storage into trees that is possible across all the Earth's land surface. And that's because around 50% of the dry weight of a tree is carbon. So as they grow, then they take in carbon from the atmosphere and store it in their leaves, trunks, and roots. But if we look at this finite amount of land where trees can grow, and then look at the spare land, that is, if we exclude the croplands that are used to feed 7.8 billion people, we exclude the urban areas, we exclude existing forests that can't by default be restored to forest, if we exclude deforested land in boreal zones, in cold zones which are going to grow back as conifers, which are being deep, darker green, heat the land surface and heat the atmosphere more than the carbon that they're removing as they grow and put it into tree trunks. And if we exclude fire-prone savannas, which are biodiverse in their own right, then we see that there's about 678 million hectares of land that could be used to reforest and sequester carbon. That's a substantial area of land. It's about 2 times the size of India. Now, if we're going to allocate this land to forests, then that means paying the opportunity costs, because that land could be used for something else. And we're going to have to use the land that is being used for food more wisely, to reduce the amount of waste and to use the land more efficiently through changes in diets. And that's a switch from meat and dairy consumption at high levels to lower levels, as they're very inefficient uses of the land to produce calories and protein. And finally, if we want to use this land to tackle the climate crisis, then we need secure storage of that carbon. And therefore, these new ecosystems need to be protected in perpetuity from forest fires that are going to increase as climate change rolls on, and from future land use change, for example, converting these new forests back into agricultural land later on in the century. So that said, how much carbon can this 678 million hectares sequester? According to the Cook-Patton paper, it's about 2.1 billion tons of carbon removed annually from the atmosphere, put into tree mass between 2020 and 2050. If we convert that to CO2 coming out of the atmosphere, it's 7.8 billion tons. But if we then go and look at in 2019, how much carbon was already on this land that could be reforested, there's already some, and some areas are quite advanced in their regeneration. So the sequestration is going to be a bit lower. And if we take that into account, then that's about 6.2 billion tons of carbon dioxide annually sequestered from this huge area of land. And if you put that in context, that's about 14% of the world's 43 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions in 2019. So that's about 86% of the problem needs to come from somewhere else. But there's an important caveat here. This 6.2 billion figure is unconstrained by price. And some of these areas will be very expensive to utilize for new forests, perhaps because they are very good agricultural land or have good connections to markets. So if we account for only those areas where it's less than $100 a ton of carbon dioxide to reforest these areas, then it's only about 2.3 billion tons of carbon that could be sequestered from this 678 million hectares. So around 5% of the world's CO2 emissions. So an important contribution to the solution, but only a modest contribution. So the question is what's the world actually doing now? And there are commitments under the 2011 Bonn Challenge, encouraging countries to restore ecosystems. And under the Paris Agreement, there are nationally determined contributions, what countries say they will do to tackle the climate crisis. And these restoration commitments total 349 million hectares. So a really substantial fraction of the total land available. But there's a caveat here. When you dig down into the numbers, as I did in a 2019 paper in Nature, only 45% of that area, 45% of that area is monoculture plantations. So it's not quite what many of us might expect to be under a restoration target. And what's important in terms of carbon is that these timber plantations clear the area of land in the beginning to establish them. So they start in a carbon debt. And then they have very high, very fast sequestration rates where the trees are growing rapidly. But then at the end of their rotation, after 10 or 20 or 30 years, then all of that plantation is cut down. And you start again on the landscape from zero. And what matters is what that wood product is going into. If it's going into paper and pulp, then those products are soon discarded and the carbon goes back into the atmosphere as those products decompose. Only long-lived wood products that are maybe going into timber frames for houses are going to stay out of the atmosphere for the long term. So what we see in these timber plantations is that they are not good for storing carbon if they are used for short-term wood products. So if we take these commitments to restore ecosystems, this 349 million hectares, and 34% of that from the countries we know the details of is going to natural forest, 45% is going to monoculture plantations, and 21% is going to agroforestry, that is tree agriculture. Then if we use the natural forest figures from Cook-Patton and the monoculture and agroforestry figures from my paper, and we put that together, we see that the commitments to date could sequester 1.8 billion tons of carbon dioxide annually from 2020 to 2050 if governments stick to their current commitments. And that's around 4% of the world's 43 billion tons of carbon dioxide going into the atmosphere in 2019. So an important contribution to tackling the climate crisis. So what could we do better to improve the situation? Firstly, we could increase the amount of natural forest in these restoration and reforestation plans. We can use assisted natural regeneration, the strategic planting of native tree species to increase short-term sequestration rates to get these forests growing faster. We can also target plantations to low carbon areas of landscapes, so you don't have this big carbon debt when you clear the area to start the plantation in the beginning. We can look for wood substitutes for steel and concrete, so we get the benefit from the growing of wood and the displacement from carbon polluting activities such as the production of steel and concrete. And finally, we need to include local communities in these plans for forest restoration, as they're really the key to long-term success because they have a vested interest in the landscapes that they live in. So to conclude, if current government commitments hold, they could sequester 1.8 billion tons of carbon dioxide annually to 2050. This is a big number and an important number, but it's just 4% of current carbon dioxide emissions. If we increase the natural forest restoration area, we can increase this number further. And we should see that it's 78% of the low cost uptake from reforestation, that's available. And that means if corporations want to purchase carbon credits from forest restoration, there's not that much low cost carbon credits to be obtained because countries are going to be using most of them in their current commitments. But this amount is about 29% of the possible uptake from new forests globally. So there are opportunities for investment to create new forests, but they may well be more expensive than we currently think. Thanks very much for listening. I'm very happy to answer questions in the question and answer session. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that recorded message from Professor Lewis. I have to actually assure all the people that are streaming in from wherever you are from around the world that we're actually going to have a live panel session and you'll be able to ask questions. Now, this next case study is coming from Brazil, and the title of it is Maximizing Biodiversity and Carbon Recovery in Tropical Forest Restoration. Dr. Pedro Brancaleon is from the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil. And if we can have the recording, please. Thank you very much.
So, hi, I'm Pedro Brancaleon from the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil. And I'd like to discuss with you today how to maximize biodiversity and carbon recovery in tropical forest restoration. So we all know that restoration is a global priority now. We have many international and regional commitments to restore thousands of hectares across the world, millions of hectares, trillion trees, and so on. And most of these programs have focused on climate change mitigation. And from carbon offsets that most of the funding to support those commitments have come from. But when we focus on carbon sequestration and forget biodiversity, livelihoods, and other reforestation benefits, we may have serious problems. So for instance, when we plant trees in non-forest ecosystems, we can create more harm than good. We can destroy biodiversity. We can also have problems of water yield reduction or even biological invasions when we use invasive tree species that have commercial uses. So many recent papers have highlighted the problems of poorly planned reforestation programs, but I believe that the main challenge today is not only to avoid those problems, but essentially how to maximize the benefits we can get from restoration. So in my perspective, one of the challenges we have is how to transform restoration and reforestation in general as a kind of pay one, take two service. Because we know that most of the funding will come from carbon offsets, but we must find ways to increase biodiversity co-benefits from reforestation projects, mostly driven to mitigate climate change. So here I will present to you some of my experience by maximizing carbon and biodiversity in tropical forest restoration in Brazil, especially focused in the Brazilian Atlantic forest. So the first issue we have to consider is where to restore, because different regions, different countries, different ecosystems have different opportunities to obtain both carbon and biodiversity benefits. And there are recently many different restoration prioritization analysis. I have been engaged in a bunch of them that cover from the whole planet to a given watershed. So there are many different ways to find places where you can get more biodiversity and more carbon at the same project. And this is one of the first issues to address, is where to restore, and then you can apply multi-scale restoration prioritization approach to find the right places for your trees. But even if you restore an area with high potential to achieve carbon and biodiversity benefits, you may implement restoration in a right way in order that these benefits can be achieved. So it's also important to address how to restore. And here I will also present some examples of recent studies that I have led in Brazil that address different aspects of how to maximize both biodiversity and carbon and reforestation projects in the global tropics. So this first example has a clear message. We should try to use large-seeded animal dispersed tree species as much as possible, because these species, they have a high conservation value, not only because these tree species, they are usually more sensitive to human disturbances, but they also feed animals that are equally sensitive to human disturbances, like large-bodied animals and some species of mammals. So having these species in your reforestation is critical to increase its conservation value. But also these species, they can sequester a lot of carbon because they are usually big trees with high wood density. So in this research, we found that these species have been underrepresented in reforestation projects, and usually they have a much higher seed price. So there is a financial disincentive to bring these species to reforestation projects. And this underrepresentation have led to a reduction of up to 10% in the potential carbon sequestration potential of reforestation. Another example involves the use of exotic species in mixed plantations with native species. So here we try to create an alternative middle-way restoration model in which we use commercially valuable exotic species, but at the same time, we bring native species to the system. So the idea is that these exotic species, so here we use eucalypts, could be a kind of commercial pioneer species. So instead of waiting the pioneer species to die, we harvest them and make some money on them. So here, when we compared the mixed plantations of eucalypts with 30 native species and the native species only plantations, we found that the mixed plantations accumulated 9 times more biomass. But we didn't find any difference in the richness of the spontaneously regenerating native species of the understory. So 5 years after planting, when we harvested eucalypts and we sowed the trees, the money we got was enough to offset from 45 to 75% of all implementation costs. And finally, we have also studied in the Atlantic Forest of Brazil the importance of intensive silviculture, of using herbicides and fertilization to speed up tree growth. And we have also got surprising results. So biomass accumulation ranged from 25 to 100 tons per hectare, depending on the way you manage your plantation. So it doesn't matter if you plant your trees or not, but sometimes you must take care of them in order to allow their potential to be expressed. And what was a surprising result too was that we got a much higher regeneration of native species when we have more carbon in the forest, because what happened here is when you have an intensive silviculture, the trees grew better. We killed the understory invasive C4 grasses. They were also further shaded by the higher growth of the trees. And then we offered a better environment, understory environment for the regeneration of spontaneously native tree species. And then we have also to consider that when balancing carbon and biodiversity benefits, we don't have to focus exclusively at the plot or polygon scale. We have to take a look, we have to consider the whole landscape, because sometimes You may favor carbon in one portion of the landscape, biodiversity in another, and both in some regions. But by the end of the day, what really matters is how much carbon and biodiversity you get all of your landscape. So forest landscape restoration projects have now the clear challenge to create a good blend, a good balance of different reforestation approaches in order to maximize carbon biodiversity and livelihoods across broader heterogeneous landscapes. And then we have also studied in our group ways to monitor carbon and biodiversity in these heterogeneous landscapes. So we have used LiDAR and hyperspectral remote sensing approaches, machine learning algorithms in order to upscale our capacity to monitor forest landscape restoration according to carbon and biodiversity metrics. So my final messages are that it is technically and financially possible to achieve carbon and biodiversity benefits in restoration. We don't have to choose one or another, we can get both, but we have to focus not only on planting the trees, but also to maintain the plantation. We have to select appropriate species of trees and take care of them in order to get carbon and biodiversity benefits. We need innovation. We need to develop non-conventional ways to restore areas, and sometimes we have to employ controversial strategies in order to maximize our benefits. And then we must go beyond the polygon scale to monitor carbon and biodiversity across landscapes, across heterogeneous, large areas, in order to better address the challenges brought by UN decade on ecosystem restoration. So thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Great to listen to that presentation by Dr. Brancaliano. Fantastic messaging there, especially that I've been involved in the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. This next speaker is Dr. Susan Chomba from ICRAF, and she'll be speaking about where is the evidence needed for land restoration. So if we can have the video from Dr. Chomba, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Susan Chomba, a scientist at World Agroforestry Center based here in Nairobi, and also the leader of the Regreening Africa program. In my talk today, I'm going to share 3 key areas where we need evidence for restoration, as well as 3 key lessons from Regreening Africa program that can inform restoration elsewhere. Just a brief introduction on Regreening Africa. This is an EU-funded program that is being implemented across 8 countries. On the East Africa, we have Rwanda, Kenya, Somalia, Ethiopia. And in West Africa, we have Senegal, Mali, Niger, and Ghana. The aim is to restore at least 1 million hectares and therefore benefiting 500,000 households. It is implemented by a consortium of partners, both in terms of development and research, which is very exciting because then the program is able to generate research areas and use research to inform development in the process of restoration. So what are the 3 key areas where we need evidence for restoration? Area number 1, connecting the dots between the drivers of land degradation and the multiple outcomes of land restoration. We know very well that land restoration has the potential to mitigate climate change, help us in terms of addressing food and nutritional security and job creation through tree-based value chains, as well as increased agriculture productivity. But do we make those connections between the main drivers of land degradation? For instance, land clearing for agriculture. What are the drivers for land clearing for agriculture? Including poverty and the need for food security. And unless we can be able to address those, then we are not going to stop land degradation. And instead, what we focus on restoration is to treat the symptoms, which is implementing restoration activities, including tree planting and other restoration activities that I'll be highlighting in this presentation. So what we need to have a holistic and effective restoration outcomes, we need to connect the dots between the drivers of land degradation and the outcomes of land restoration. And having that, we need research that focuses not just on one particular element, but sort of systems kind of thinking and research that is able to help us connect those dots. The second area that we need to evidence for restoration is prioritizing restoration at a farm and landscape scale. So for instance, farmers need to know how do they prioritize restoration and where. So for instance, we need to go beyond looking at a map and saying, hey, this area is degraded and therefore we need to restore it. We need to understand that the potential does not necessarily mean actual areas for restoration. What are the opportunity costs for land that is already converted to other uses when we try to restore it? And so prioritizing restoration is critical for farmers because it also has an element of cost and opportunity cost, real cost as well as opportunity cost. Secondly, we need to look at what are the biophysical and socioeconomic contexts for restoration. So for instance, what are the soil characteristics of the area that is being restored? What are the climatic conditions at present and in the future? What are the farming practices, social capital, and policies? Because unless we understand this kind of diversity of biophysical and social context, it's very difficult then to match the right restoration practices for that context. And that drives me to the third point. How do farmers therefore choose the right restoration methods for the different contexts that they are trying to restore? These are areas that we definitely need to invest more in terms of research and understanding so that we are doing restoration right. The third is developing systematic, credible, and cost-effective indicators and methods for monitoring restoration. And I keep asking, is monitoring the Achilles heel of restoration? So far, we do not have globally set of indicators that are agreed upon for monitoring restoration. We also see that in countries that we are working in, and I'm sure across many other countries, that there's a lack of capacity as well as resources to establish credible monitoring frameworks with proper indicators to be able to report on the huge targets that countries have committed in terms of restoration. So I think many of the people who will be listening here, you'll be aware of the Pond Challenge and the country's commitments under the Pond Challenge. So for instance, in Africa, we have the AFR 100, which is really an ambition to restore 100 million hectares within the African continent. But then how do we monitor what is being restored, where it's being restored, and report on that credibly? So a comprehensive set of indicators that are not just focusing on vegetation. Yes, we can see vegetation using satellite imagery, but that's not enough. We need also to look at restoration in terms of soil health and also restoration in terms of meeting livelihood needs, especially when you're working in a context like developing countries like in Africa. So, and last but not least, is just to mention that projects and programs have in fact started making headway in terms of advancing restoration tools and indicators, but this needs to be scaled to national level and even to regional levels. So what are the key 3 lessons that I would like to share today from Regreening Africa project? I'd like to mention first, these are photographs taken from the project initiative activities in Rwanda, where you can see huge tree nurseries that are not just are driven by the project, but also in partnership with local governments in Rwanda, in the 3 districts that the project is being implemented in Rwanda. But a very strong also focus on women, looking at facilitating women in restoration activities, including mobility of lead farmers who are women who can be able to reach out and access other farmers with their knowledge, with their skills that they've learned from the project to be able to share with other farmers in their communities on restoration activities. So lesson number 1 that I'd like to share is that we've learned there's no silver bullet for restoration. As I mentioned earlier, there are different contexts in terms of biophysical and social contexts, and therefore we need to tailor restoration activities and restoration practices to suit those kind of contexts. So there's no silver bullet. Rather, we need a diversity of restoration practices that are selected to suit those different niches that we are working in, but also not just the niche, but also the needs and profiles of the different farmers. So for instance, pastoralists who are working in arid and semi-arid areas will need different restoration practices as compared to smallholder farmers who may be located in humid highlands where there is intensive agriculture or cropping practices. And just to give you an example in terms of what I mean by different restoration practices, this is a case of Niger. You can see what we call farmer managed natural regeneration, or FMNR, on your left, which is basically a practice that does not involve tree planting essentially, but really working with regenerating stock, root stock on the ground for farmers to manage and make them grow into mature trees. On the other hand, you can also have enrichment planting, especially with high value, nutritious tree species that farmers essentially will be incentivized to protect them from livestock, to manage them, including perhaps watering and putting manure, really growing these trees, not just because it's good to grow them, but also they know very well that they are going to reap economic benefits from this kind of tree species. You've also heard of bioreclamation techniques, including use of zypits or half-moons, which are basically microcatchment, soil and water microcatchments that helps to retain water and therefore catalyze the growth of vegetation within arid and semi-arid areas. So these are the kind of technologies that you can be able to use, but also it's not just focusing on technologies, it's also on the policy elements that are integral in terms of having a wider suite of restoration practices. So secondly, the lesson that we'd like to share from the project is that value chains, and especially strengthening economic incentives for women, is really critical for ensuring that we are not having restoration practices that do not bring women on board. In a lot of cases, women are disadvantaged in terms of resource ownership in terms of land, tree tenure, but then they can be able to access different kind of benefits from trees, from land, that can be able to be supported through restoration activities so that they are benefiting equally from restoration, even when aspects of addressing tenure issues may take longer. Within the project, even short-term projects, we can be able to have economic incentives that keep women participating and benefiting from the restoration activities. Innovating models with private sector are needed for restoration so that it's not just an activity that does not generate economic returns to communities, but also it's not based on profit maximization and extracting even the little resources that communities would benefit, but it's really looking at innovative models that do, yes, have an incentive for private sector participation, but also equity in terms of benefit distribution, and especially to local communities in poor areas. And so empowering women financially through gender responsive value chains is going to be critical. And here you can see some of the gender responsive value chains that we've been working with. These are women in Mali, where they have been processing shea butter. And this is then linked to private sector, who are then able to take off and sell these products, and the women are able to generate returns and benefits from the restoration process. So then the last lesson I'd like to share from the project is that there's need for addressing policy bottlenecks for large-scale restoration to happen. As I have mentioned, there are tenure challenges where we have weak or insecure tenure for local communities, and particularly women. Sometimes there's not even tenure security for women to participate in restoration practices. And this tenure also then goes down to tree tenure or forest policy and legislations that do not confer rights to local communities. And also we've been seeing agricultural subsidies that disincentivize investment in restoration practices. So for instance, if there's huge subsidies in terms of inorganic fertilizers, then it disincentivizes farmers to take up fertilizer or nitrogen fixing trees or even other restoration practices, because then there's a short-term need for soil is met through the inorganic fertilizers. So we need to also think in terms of long-term. There will be short-term measures, but long-term measures that address tenure issues on land, on trees, as well as in terms of what kind of subsidies and incentives the farmers are receiving in terms of investing in sustainable land management practices. So that's all that I wanted to share from the program today. Do feel free to reach out in case you have any questions or clarifications. Visit our project website and follow us on Facebook as well as on Twitter. And I hope that the rest of the program will generate interesting, exciting deliberations that we can be able to discuss later on. Thank you so much.
Great to see that intervention from Dr. Susan Chomba. This next speaker, Mr. Lee Dudley, is coming from the Woodland Trust of the United Kingdom, and he's going to talk to us about utilising the UK Woodland Common Code to address climate change. And if we can have that video, please, from the UK.
Hello, my name is Lee Dudley. I am Head of Environmental Carbon for the Woodland Trust, and it has been my pleasure to work in the carbon environment sector for the last 5 years. I'd like to introduce the Woodland Trust. It is the UK's largest woodland charity, established in 1972 to protect, restore and create woodlands across the UK. Since then, we have planted in excess of 43 million trees on a wide portfolio of sites, from urban woodlands to the wildest parts of the country. In recent years, we have faced some challenges in delivering new woodlands and habitats in the UK. At 13% woodland cover in the United Kingdom, it is one of the lowest levels of woodland in Europe. Although it is an improving situation and one that I have seen over the last 20 years or so of being involved in woodland creation. The Trust has planted or naturally regenerated 47 million trees in our push for better habitats, landscapes and living environments. We now plan to plant a further 50 million trees over the next 5 years, a real challenge. At the same time, we also want to address the ongoing biodiversity loss as well as climate change challenges. UK woodland creation levels have been very depressed since 1988. Prior to then, woodlands were created primarily to meet the national need for timber. This woodland creation was enabled by tax efficiencies, which led to bad planting decisions, poor woodland creation design, and the damage of valuable habitats. The government is now proposing a target to increase planting from an average of 10,900 hectares per year since 2000 to 30,000 hectares per year. This diagram here shows our recent planting performance in the UK, and we can see that there is a considerable shortfall in achieving the 30,000 hectare target. It's a shortfall of some 16,600 hectares per year. Historically, government subvention has not been able to generate the planting levels we need to see. The private sector, prior to climate change policies, failed to understand the enormity of climate change and carbon sequestration. The government took action by launching the Carbon Code. A robust and trustworthy mechanism was put in place for carbon calculations, woodland creation, and it was the first payment for it that became available in the UK. The Woodland Trust first became involved in the Carbon Code in 2014 with our first site in the North Pennines. What it does for the Woodland Trust is that it primarily enables private finance to be matched with non-private finance. And this blended income achieves for us a number of outcomes. We achieve the aspirations we have of addressing climate change. It addresses the need to manage our habitats and ecosystems in order that there is a future for everyone. We also want to address biodiversity loss and make sure that that is halted and hopefully reversed. And of course, through that, we also want to create new woodlands, whether that's through planting or natural regeneration. When we combine these things, we found that the Carbon Code, working with our trust ethos, has helped us to expand supporter, membership, and corporate involvement in the trust and the environment. The two factors of an environmental charity working with the Carbon Code helps us to deliver so much more. I'd like to take you through a small example. We recently planted a site called Kinclaven in Scotland in order to address climate change, as well as to enhance biodiversity. This site was planted in 2019. Using the carbon code, we've been able to calculate, measure, and predict the carbon outcome from that site, just how many tons of carbon it is taking from the atmosphere. In this particular example, we found, or we predict, that we will sequester 9,000 tons of carbon dioxide across the site. But as I've already said, it's not just about climate change, it's also about the other aspects. So in this particular example, we are achieving 18.8 hectares of new native woodland that will be in a continuous cover forestry management regime. And we're also creating or enabling the enhancement of 13.2 hectares of other habitat. And these include habitats for red squirrel and bluebells. And these outcomes also create a great woodland in which people can enjoy and in which nature can thrive. Carbon finance, in this particular example, equated to 46% of planting and establishment costs. It attracted around about £150,000 of additional income. This is money that previously wasn't available and certainly enabled this project to fly. It reduced delivery costs and supplemented the grant income available from central government. And it also achieved a thing called additionality. What we are doing here is providing a new woodland that wouldn't have happened previously without private finance. It basically gives the wings for this particular project to fly. The Carbon Code does create a number of challenges and risks for us as a native tree charity. Our principal concern with the Carbon Code is that of yield class. Yield class is a forestry measure of commercial timber. It measures cubic meters per hectare per year improvement in growth. For many commercial forestry species, such as Sitka spruce or Douglas fir, for example, there are highly developed models that can calculate the volume of timber production and therefore the amount of carbon outcome from a site. When it comes to most native species, the model we use is one described as SAB, S-A-B, which stands for sycamore, ash, and birch, and is a generic model. I'm sure most of you will know that the difference between sycamore and birch is significant in both form and habitat, and also that ash is no longer planted in the UK. So we are working on a number of generic models within the Carbon Code to estimate our carbon outcomes. The Woodland Trust hope to overcome these challenges of general measurements in order to achieve more accurate measurements by working with other organizations to measure how these trees do actually grow. I'd like to turn now to carbon and silviculture. So there is an assumption that faster growing forests secure more carbon. They do indeed, they sequester faster, but not necessarily more carbon. This diagram here shows differing growth rates or differing carbon capture performance between oak at what's called yield class 8 and Sitka spruce at yield class 16. As we can see in the growth curve over time, the performance is fairly similar. In fact, the oak captures more carbon initially than the Sitka spruce. But eventually the Sitka spruce does overtake, but it's not significant. When you then consider that Sitka spruce would normally be a thinned commercial crop, then there is a change in the carbon outcome because carbon is lost from the soil through thinning activities and commercial forestry activities. So when you build in a thinned stand of trees and compare it with an unthinned stand of trees, you get a different outcome. So here I've compared oak of yield class 6, both unthinned and thinned. And as you can see, by not thinning the trees, you are actually capturing and securing more carbon in the long term by quite a significant measure. Therefore, the management of forests becomes an important part in estimating how a stand of trees will capture carbon. When we compare clear fell operations for Sitka spruce, where the trees are removed from site, we can see that the carbon performance from a native broadleaf forest without felling actually does considerably better than a Sitka spruce commercial plantation. So our experience of the carbon code, carbon calculations, and native broadleaf trees compared to commercial conifer plantations is that it all comes down to the same thing. There's the golden rule of right tree, right place. If you plant Sitka spruce on a clear fell rotation on a site that's going to have a yield class of 24, you will have a strong carbon performance. Similarly, if you plant oak in the south of England on a good quality site at yield class 8, you will get a good quality carbon performance. And that's because you are planting the right tree in the right place. Finally, as not so much a golden rule, but a silver rule, carbon sequestration does depend on the management regime, more so than species. So by clear felling a woodland of trees, whether that's oak or Sitka spruce, you will end up with carbon depletion or carbon being released back into the atmosphere. Whereas if you plant trees on a continuous cover forestry regime, you will achieve far more carbon outcomes as a consequence. So the most important thing when we are considering use of the carbon code is to be good professional foresters at the outset, plant trees in the right place for the right reasons, and manage the objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee, for that presentation. Our very last presentation now, last but not the least, of course, is coming from Professor John Herborn. And Professor Herborn is from the University of Sunshine. Just bear with me, I get the right name there, University of the Sunshine Coast in Australia. Very exciting. And his case study is entitled Challenges of Community-Based Forest Landscape Restoration, with a case study on the Bilaran project in the Philippines. We have the recording, please.
Forest landscape restoration. To do this, I'll draw on our experiences in establishing a pilot reforestation project in Bilaran in the Philippines. There are 5 key messages that I'd like to talk about today, which I've presented on the screen here. In this project, we drew on 15 years of research experience in the Philippines to identify and implement improved reforestation practices. The Bilaran site offered many challenges, both biophysically and from a socioeconomic perspective. It had been unsuccessfully reforested at least 4 times over the past 20 years. And we thought that if our approach worked here, it would work in almost all other places in the Philippines. The following is a short video which outlines the project and also showing the community.
All over the world, there are areas where forests have been cleared and land has been degraded and is no longer producing what people need. This project is an example of how a local community can band together and work with scientists to develop a restoration program that serves many purposes.
Planting trees is much more than simply trying to re-establish forest. Trees provide many benefits, both in financial terms and in creating sustainable livelihoods.
The hill behind me here is the site of our pilot community-based reforestation project. One of the successes of the program in Biliran is the ability of the People's Organization to produce high-quality seedlings with low mortality rate.
The success I have seen in this project here in Biliran is that the skills of the people have improved, particularly in the proper planting, due to the training done by the HR.
Now, at the present, we have also planting agro crops, which is sweet potato, banana, cassava, pineapple, rambutan, jackfruit, lanzones, and gayubano.
Asia researchers, in coordination with government researchers, particularly DNR researchers, translated these research outputs into a policy. The learning from that action research project is really very important in refining our national greening program.
One of the first things that we did as part of designing the pilot reforestation project in Biliran was to undertake a comprehensive review of the literature to identify the factors that influence the success of community forestry organisations. From that review, we found that there were 5 key factors: government support, benefits to the community, intra-community forestry group governance, socioeconomic and gender inequality or equality, and property rights. Importantly, the analysis also revealed that there were very complex interactions between many of these factors, and also that social capital was a key component to the success of many of the aspects of community forestry group success. I'll come back to the issue of social capital a little bit later in the presentation. The next point or message I'd like to make or provide is that not all communities have the same capacity to implement restoration. In our work, we used the DFID Sustainable Livelihoods Framework, which identifies 5 key capitals or assets or capacities that communities need to implement development programs like reforestation. These are human, natural, social, financial, and physical capital. Now, one of the things that we have hypothesised is that as existing capacity of community or smallholders to implement FLR increases, so does the likelihood of FLR project success. Now, typically we'd expect this to probably be a linear relationship, but based on our experiences working with many communities in the Philippines and other tropical countries, we believe this relationship is best represented by a sigmoidal relationship. Communities at the bottom of the curve are unlikely to be able to implement reforestation projects without substantial capacity building. Biliran, our pilot reforestation project site, sat at the bottom of the curve, and we spent almost a year building capacity, particularly in terms of social and human capital of the community, before we even planted a tree. Other communities obviously can sit higher within the curve, and these communities would need less capacity building. And those right at the top of the curve would require very little capacity building, as they typically would have sufficient capacity to implement most reforestation projects. The next key message I'd like to convey is that often extended periods of support are essential for community forestry groups, particularly those with low to medium capacity. So if we use the Billiran example again, as I said previously, Billiran really sits right at the bottom of the curve. And so communities at the bottom of the curve really do need continued assistance over many years to build capacity and push them up the curve. In the case of Billiran, we provided initial support to the community, and then we backed off a little and withdrew some support. But as we started to withdraw support, we noticed that community capacity was reducing again. And as a consequence, the likelihood of reforestation project success started to diminish. So we intervened again and pushed Billiran from where it had fallen, you can see in the 0.3, back up to 0.2, and then with further development and of capacity to where it currently sits around 0.4 on the curve. And we believe it's very near to being capable of sustaining those reforestation project, or the implementation of the reforestation project. Our work with Billiran and 9 other communities in the Philippines has also suggested that the method and mix of reforestation or restoration needs to be matched with the capacity of the community. Communities with low capacity, especially those with low human and financial capitals, need projects that include a high proportion of plantings that provide short-term returns, such as agroforestry. And you can see that those communities at the bottom of the curve here. Communities in the middle of the curve are more likely to favour reforestation types that provide middle to longer term livelihood enhancement, such as woodlots, cocoa and coffee mixed species systems, etc. Projects that focus primarily on ecosystem services and biodiversity are really only suited to communities at the top of the curve, unless they're accompanied by substantial long-term financial and other capacity building support. The final message that I'd like to convey is that is the importance of social capital. Our work with 10 communities in the Philippines has indicated that social capital is the key capital to first develop within communities. And you can see from some of the survey work or some of the analysis that we've done of the communities that we've worked with, the lack of social capital, particularly in communities sitting at the bottom of the curve. Importantly, with developing social capital comes the improved ability of communities to convert short-term payments for tree planting, which are often provided as part of reforestation projects, into more secure, longer-term financial assets, including community savings and the ability of communities to purchase other assets that improve livelihoods. Here are just a few publications on which this talk was based. The material related to the community capacity reforestation curve we hope will be published in an upcoming special issue of the journal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for that video. What exciting presentations, and so really honored to be now moderating the discussion panel. So if I can just ask the actual presenters to switch on their cameras, because we're now going to turn into the Q&A session, and we have such fantastic questions for you, and they're streaming in and they're coming. And Professor Hebron, I was listening to your presentation because as chair of the Global Partnership on Forest and Landscape Restoration, I'm really amazed at the points that you've put across in terms of the need for that, the social and human capital. Very excited. Welcome. So I have some questions that have been coming in, and so just you can just give me a quick minute in no sort of order. Perhaps we could start with Simon. Simon, there was a question that came for you from a lovely lady. I think her name is Nandita. She was wondering, why is natural regeneration better for sequestering short-term carbon compared with reforestation?
Well, if we're terming reforestation as in planting trees, then actually planting trees can be faster sequestration than natural regeneration. It's what happens to the land later on. So as these trees mature, do they stay on the landscape and keep that carbon locked out of the atmosphere, or are they harvested and used for some other use, some wood product, or it could be furniture, paper? And then the question is, how long do those wood products last to keep the carbon sequestered out of the atmosphere, or how soon are they discarded and they decompose down and then that carbon goes back into the atmosphere? So we have to think about the land and what the trees are doing on the land, and what happens to those wood products. And that's why if we can get long-lived wood products, timber frames in buildings substituting for steel and concrete, which are themselves highly polluting in terms of carbon dioxide emissions, then you can get kind of double benefits. So it's landscapes need to be used for different purposes.
Absolutely. No, thank you so much for that. There's a question for you, Pedro. I absolutely love the landscapes in Brazil. I'm always fascinated. I'm incredibly fascinated by the Mata Atlântica and just the diversity of these spaces. This question is coming from Thomas Couvert, and he's wondering, in the context of initiating locally focused project, what is the ideal land area that should be considered, 1 or 2 hectares, or should larger areas be considered to bring impact? And what are the advantages of individual landowner approaches versus collaborations between neighboring landowners, for example?
Yeah, thanks for this question. I think it's a timely question because we have now many organizations aiming to establish reforestation programs. And the main question some of them make is, how do I start? How many hectares should I restore or reforest? But I think we have a more important question, which is why to reforest those lands? Like, which benefits do I want to achieve? And then I think this is the first question, because the area to be restored and where and how to restore forests in these areas will be dependent upon the benefits you want to achieve. But and then once you define this objective, I think it's important to have a kind of more pragmatic overview. And before setting up a target in terms of number of trees to be planted or an area to be planted, we should understand the opportunities we have on that landscape in terms of areas potentially available for reforestation, potential partnerships with local farmers, and reforestation, the existence of reforestation supply chain. So things can get much more complicated than simply just targeting an area to be reforested. It doesn't mean that an organization couldn't have a more ambitious, aspirational target to be achieved across the decades. But to start, I would suggest to be as pragmatic as possible.
The why, asking about the benefits. I think this question really does apply to really all the landscapes, really just listening in, the islands and sort of, savanna, grassland savannas and forest landscapes across Africa and different spaces. I just want to also now, this next question is for Susan. Dr. Shumba, somebody's wondering, Jean-Christophe V is wondering, how do you consider biodiversity in the Regreening Africa project?
Well, that's a very, very good question, because obviously biodiversity elements are extremely important, and actually most of the areas that we are working, even though they may not be considered as forest because they are savannas or the Sahelian kind of context where they don't necessarily fit into the neat classification of forest, they are still extremely rich in terms of biodiversity. And biodiversity is huge. I'm not a biodiversity expert, but I think if you're looking from the soil microorganisms, from the very, very teeny formation to the bigger ecosystem. There's a whole range there. And I think what we do in terms of in regreening Africa is, first of all, we are working in areas which are extremely degraded. And so there's already loss in terms of biodiversity. And so what we try to do is to restore not just the vegetation, but also we start from the soil. So building the soil organic carbon. And we know that there are relationships between soil organic carbon and biodiversity in the soil. And then we look at even in areas where trees will take some time to grow, you still have other kind of vegetation that you can still start restoring with. And so and there's one particular element that I think is very critical to understand here, that sometimes, and this is where research is extremely important, that we've got to understand there are trade-offs sometimes when you increase biodiversity and some of the other goals that you want to achieve with restoration. So for instance, I'll give you a very practical example. There is, when you increase the tree cover, especially in agroforestry systems, you're going to likely get a lot of bird species, birds, and other kind of biodiversity that is extremely critical. But then for farmers, you have to understand then when you have an increase in biodiversity, what does that mean in terms of agricultural practices? And so how do you manage a balance between increasing biodiversity, the birds, the wildlife, and the human-wildlife conflict that then we start seeing farmers get concerned about the effect on their crop productivity. And so this is where I think obviously I think what Pedro presented is what we really try to think about, a landscape approach where you have areas where you have intensive concentration of biodiversity and then and maybe protected areas, and then where you have more kind of multi-strata agroforestry systems where you're not just trying to maximize biodiversity in these particular places, but you're trying to create a balance between productivity, agriculture productivity, and biodiversity elements. So that's what I would say in terms of practice. That's how we approach it, understanding that there can be trade-offs between biodiversity and agriculture productivity, especially in intensively cultivated systems.
Great. No, that's really, really helpful. This is a question to all the panelists, and perhaps I will start with Mr. Dudley with the Woodland Trust. This question comes from Joette Crozier, and Joette's wondering what efforts are being made to bring symbiotic fungi into the carbon sequestration debate. And they are clearly, I beg your pardon, they clearly play a critical role in healthy forest ecosystems, since you did mention the forests in Scotland and sycamore, ash and birch. And so perhaps we'll start with you and then ask everyone else to see if they have a response for that.
I'm really sorry. I heard what efforts, and then unfortunately I lost the question. So sorry, could you repeat?
No, the question is what efforts are being made to bring symbiotic fungi into the carbon sequestration debate?
Gosh, that's a great question. Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, I mean, I can only speak as far as the Woodland Trust are concerned, and yeah, as far as I'm aware, we don't take part in inoculation of mycorrhiza unless that's taken place at the nursery where we would supply, where we'd receive the plants from, but not actively within our woodlands. That's not the case as far as I'm aware.
Okay, well, good. Well, thank you so much for that. There's a question for you, Professor Herborn, and the question is really, it's coming from Barney, and he's wondering, in the context with the wider landscape approach or without consideration for biodiversity code for nature, I think that might be a question for you, actually, because this is biodiversity code for nature. Is there potential for negative outcomes of considering carbon sequestration or in isolation, or will the trees be planted for one outcome at the detriment of another? I think this might be a Woodland Trust question, I think.
Sure, yeah. So at the moment, the carbon code is just one ecosystem service and with a payment mechanism. So in a way, that's a great start, and we should be happy about that. But indeed, yes, we'd certainly like to develop and nurture those other opportunities for the other ecosystem services. The closest we have to that so far is there is a complementary peatland code in the UK, which encourages effective and better peatland management in order to capture carbon. So I think we're at the thin end of the wedge at the moment, and I think there will be more ecosystem service opportunities to come forward yet.
Thank you so much. I think there was a question for Professor Hebborn. You were talking about, you know, the collaboration and also the elements related to a similar question that was asked to Pedro in relation to ownership, different neighboring landowners, and you talked about the capacities, the need for these capacities. And same question, so what are the advantages of individual land, you know, land owner approaches versus the collaboration between neighboring farms? And because you thought you did say that there was need to make sure that there's enhanced social and human capital in order to restore some of these landscapes.
Yeah, look, I think that's a great question, and it can be answered from a couple of different perspectives. I think that, you know, from a community perspective, that offers many benefits from being able to efficiently use resources, you know, get large tracts of land, etc. But with working with communities, there does come all of those very complex interactions that I pointed out in that first diagram that I put up. There are some benefits, you know, with working with smallholders. You don't, you know, necessarily have some of those issues. And so the approach that we've been moving more and more towards in the Philippines is what we're calling family-based community forestry. So almost a hybrid of the benefits of working with individuals and, you know, the ownership that comes with the trees and the program there, and the benefits of working at a community level where we can provide training on a much broader level. And so, you know, that approach, I think, has certainly worked in many of the communities that we've worked with in the Philippines, because it just offers multiple advantages. I think in terms of capacity building with communities, you know, they vary so much, and, you know, that's got to be on a case-by-case basis.
In fact, Nandita is wondering in that same vein, what sort of capacity building is needed for communities who are not able to work on reforestation, for example?
Yeah, I'll use the example of Bilirand. There, we worked with that community for over a year before we planted a single tree. When we started working with the community, we realised very quickly that it had very low capacity. The community organisation was effectively defunct. And so we built a lot of the basic infrastructure, the ability to keep records, the ability to keep financial records, run meetings, integrate the views of different people, and particularly women within the group. And so we had to build some of those basic things first. In other communities, those things already exist. So the communities that sit in the middle to the upper part of what we call the curve, already those things exist, and there we're building typically technical capacity, the ability to produce high quality seedlings that are suited to you know, the landscape in which they're being placed. The other thing that I think is essential is to engage the community in the decision-making process about what trees are planted where on the landscape. And I think in terms of building the capacity of communities to engage effectively in that process, rather than simply being the recipients of knowledge from high above, from the technocrats that are, you know, typically introduce or implement these programs, I think is fundamental to success as well.
Indeed, and I'm glad that both you and you and Susan actually talk about the role of women and young people in these processes, and that's really, really fantastic. And one thing you touched on was this family-based community forestry. I think even though we're all navigating, and we heard from the previous session before this one, the mention of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, we're also in the UN Decade of family farming. So most of our food systems are actually coming from family farms and from communities, and that has to be recognized. There's a question here for Professor Brancaleon from Felipe Quartucci, who is from the Center for Development Research, University of Bonn. And he's wondering, and you've all been absolutely applauded for your presentations. And he's just wondering, do you think there is a relationship between above ground and below ground processes, especially carbon sequestration?
Yeah, so if I understood well, if we have a relationship between the above ground
and below ground processes,
okay,
especially
I think so, because most of the biomass we see above ground trees are reflected in the below ground structures like roots, and fine roots in particular have a main role in soil carbon sequestration. So usually there is a good relationship between above ground and below ground soil carbon stocks, but it's tricky to understand the recovery of soil carbon stocks because they are influenced by, for instance, the clay content of the soil, and sometimes clay content, because clay can kind of protect organic matter from degradation, and other soil attributes rather than only the vegetation you have there may drive the soil carbon stocks. I have done some research on soil carbon stocks, and it doesn't respond well to above ground carbon recovery. So it's a longer term process. We don't know yet the main drivers. Is not that easy as understanding above ground soil carbon stock recovery. So it's a good question, but the science doesn't have yet the right answers.
Great. There's a common thread in some of the questions that are coming in. I think there's a governance issue in trying to understand, some of the governance complexities and the landscapes where you all have been working, especially in relation to, the engagement at the national level versus at the community level, and also making sure that there's a dialogue in these governance systems to inform them of some of the outcomes of the work that you're doing. Maybe starting with you, Simon. What has been your experience in making sure that this flow of information is happening for policymakers to make decisions?
The flow of information from local communities to governments and back again, is that the question?
And also from scientists. I think there's several questions that are kind of cool. You are the scientists really doing a lot of exciting work, and then being informed what's happening on the ground. So how is this flow of information happening?
In my own work, it's governments have been very, very receptive to understanding the latest science. So I've been working alongside countries in Central Africa, Gabon, Republic of Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, and people are really interested in this topic, and they know that the science is evolving, and we're finding out new things, particularly in tropical forest areas where I mostly work, and are very receptive to finding out what's going on. And then in terms of the latest science, and then there's the question about, for a scientist, how do we translate that to local communities as well? So we don't just want to be to the government, but to local communities. So we try and have that explanation when we're working on the ground in the forest, doing the scientific measurements.
And Professor Pedro, how's been this flow of information in your experience in Brazil and beyond?
Yeah, I think that's critical, and I'd like to share some experiences I have had with the Atlantic Forest Restoration Pact. So I'm currently the vice coordinator of this initiative. It's a coalition of different groups of stakeholders. So we have over 300 private companies, governments, research institutions, farmers, and NGOs. So we found that a critical issue for advancing restoration is to improve the way the organizations they are integrated. So we created this coalition, to bring people together, to work together, and to try to solve some of the kind of more structural barriers for restoration. We found in the Atlantic Forest that none individual organization can address some more challenging structural barriers of reforestation. And then we decided to create this coalition. And this coalition have just completed 10 years, and we have many interesting lessons to share on how, to bring people and institutions together to achieve better outcomes in large-scale reforestation.
Fantastic. The power of collaborations. Last thoughts, Dr. Susan Chomba?
I couldn't emphasize more what has already been said by both Simon and Pedro in terms of really creating networks, multi-stakeholder networks that are really driven not just by a project that is intervening in a certain area, but we learned very quickly from Regreening Africa the absolute and central role of subnational governments in restoration process. So in countries where you have decentralized governance systems like Kenya, the county governments become increasingly critical. In other places, you're talking about the district and sub-district governments and forestry departments really being part of the process. And so sharing the research evidence in a clear and actionable manner is extremely critical. So we need to break those barriers. We need to be able to communicate our science in a way that people can be able to take up. For farmers as well, I'd like to acknowledge the amount of local knowledge from indigenous people, from local communities, that they know about their own ecosystems. And so we need to not approach it with a blind kind of an approach where we think that there's nothing that exists on the ground. We need to tap on that indigenous local knowledge of people who've interacted with these ecosystems for many, many years. And so build on that as a multi-stakeholder platform, realizing the strengths of the different stakeholders and really catalyzing on that to be able to build a really meaningful and transformative restoration process.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank you all for your interventions. What great discussions. Alas, the only time we have. The second session, which is entitled The Right Trees in the Right Place, Natives versus Exotics, is going to start shortly. But before that, you're going to see a film of forest restoration from Kaduri Farm in Botanic Gardens of Hong Kong. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, young boys and girls, this is where I now hand over to the filmmakers to just stream the film to everybody to watch and learn. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching, and it's been a great honor. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Flora Conservation Department established the Native Tree Nursery in 1997. It aims to produce seedlings of native tree species of local provenance that are suitable for ecological restoration. Every year, we produce more than 25,000 seedlings that are planted in KFBG or supplied to local NGOs for forest restoration around Hong Kong. With permission from the government of Hong Kong, our team collects seeds in country parks and wild areas across Hong Kong. Seeds that are of good quality are planted in pots. The resulting seedlings get planted out across a stretch of secondary grassland on our hillside to enhance tree diversity and increase resilience to climate change. Since 2012, we use tree gourds to protect each seedling and enrich the soil using biochar. As a result, the vitality of our regenerating forest has been vastly improved. Using a scientific approach, a young secondary forest comprising exceptionally high diversity of a native tree is now emerging after 7 years of planting.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to session 2 with the title The Right Trees in the Right Place, Native versus Exotics. Am I online? Sorry. My name is Gunther Fischer. I'm head of the Flora Conservation Department at Kaduri Farm and Botanic Garden in Hong Kong, South China. My role today is to guide you through session 2 and moderate the panel discussion. Unfortunately, Her Excellency Dr. Baubiausi Wahinala Rahirinirin, Minister of the Environment and Sustainable Development in Madagascar, our first speaker, is not able to participate in this session. Instead, I would like to give you an extended introduction to the topic. By having more than 10 years of experience on reforestation in the tropics myself, this is a topic which is close to my heart. I'm dealing with reforestation challenges on a daily basis in our own forest restoration areas, which are in a badly degraded landscape. One focus of our research in reforestation is to assess the effect of exotic trees on natural forest recovery and to identify and mitigate the limiting factors and barriers for native tree establishment and growth. We are using an experimental approach to test as many native species as possible for restoration suitability, as well as experimenting with different methods to support the growth of trees, for example, by using tree protectors. I think in the break you've seen a video which has shown our restoration work. To plant the right trees in the right place, especially native trees, is not an easy undertaking and still needs more research and restoration practices. Which brings us to this session's topic, the role of native and exotic tree species in forest restoration, for the recovery of biodiversity, as well as for supporting livelihoods. The first question to address is, why is it so important to plant native trees? The answer is actually quite simple. Local trees are best adapted to the local environmental conditions and use the locally available natural resources, such as water and nutrients, in the most efficient and most sustainable way, creating resilient and biodiverse forest ecosystems, which are able to withstand climate extremes, but at the same time provide ecosystem services such as water, clean air, soil erosion, and flood prevention, as well as habitat for wildlife. So the question is, why don't we only plant natives if this is far better? Well, the answer to that question is not simple. Native trees have been successfully used to restore forests in temperate climates for centuries, but attempts to restore forests in other vegetation zones with natives are much more recent. In many areas, especially tropical and subtropical areas, tree diversity, let alone tree ecology, is mostly insufficiently known, which complicates seed collection, nursery propagation, and last but not least, selecting the right species for the right place. The difficulties rise with the number of different species. So different approaches for forest restoration with native tree species have been proposed and applied, ranging from reforestation with only a few to several hundreds of species, depending on the degree of degradation. As mentioned by Dr. Chomba in session 1, there is no universal solution to reforestation. Many restoration practices are needed to cover the different needs of different sites. In mildly degraded areas, the framework and the nucleation approaches work fairly well. The idea is to plant only a few native fast-growing species, attractive to animals, and hope that seed dispersers import the seeds of non-planted species from surrounding intact forest fragments. Mildly degraded areas often still have a natural seed bank, and forest fungi and microorganisms in the soil facilitate a faster forest recovery. On the other end of the spectrum are highly degraded areas, such as badlands or mining sites. In such cases, high diversity plantings, sometimes with hundreds of different species, together with soil enhancements, are used to recover natural forest. By planting as many native species as possible and planting them very densely, the approach mimics natural succession. Additionally, many projects investigate supporting methods like tree guards, weeding mats, soil enhancement, watering systems, etc., to help native trees species to re-establish and overcome growth limitations in degraded areas. But often native species simply don't grow in degraded habitats, or native species and their seeds are simply not available in sufficient numbers after landscape scale forest loss or degradation. Also, the cost and labor intensity of enhancing soil and using hundreds of different native species prevent a wider use. In such cases, often exotic trees are introduced, which are able to cope better under harsh and disturbed conditions and allow a quicker and cheaper forest recovery, or at least allow a tree cover. However, introducing exotic species can create environmental problems. Frequently, the introduced trees become either invasive, replacing the native flora, or suppress the growth of native species, thus interfering with the ecological balance or even derail it. The practice of introducing exotic tree species for reforestation has caused discussions globally for its serious environmental problems. Exotic tree species established in plantations or low diversity plantings, besides having no biodiversity value, often exhaust and contaminate the soil and change the water table, further degrading the productivity of the landscape. However, in many parts of the world, human livelihoods directly depend on productive forests, and worldwide consumption of wood relies on production forests for timber, which are very often exotic trees, especially in the tropics and subtropics. Reforestation projects can create livelihoods and open new perspectives and possibilities to communities, as shown by Professor Herborn in session 1. To overcome or mitigate the environmental problems caused by exotic timber plantations, mixed models were proposed, whereby native species are planted together with commercial timber trees, such as eucalypts, as highlighted by Dr. Prankalian in session 1. This approach seems to work in some areas, but in others, native species are still suppressed and outgrown by the exotics. Attempts were made to genetically select and optimize native trees for timber production, which then are often established in mixed plantings. Such plantations fulfill the timber demand, but don't help much to mitigate climate change or avert the biodiversity crisis. And the use of a narrow genetic pool of selected individuals significantly contributes to the loss of genetic diversity. Even worse, often the best performing individuals are cloned in laboratories and the planted trees are genetically identical. This significantly reduces the biodiversity value and resilience to climate change and pests of these plantations. So to conclude, many different approaches have been proposed and tried to recover forests, but no final agreeable solution is available to keep our planet healthy and also to accommodate the needs of people. In this session today, we aim to discuss in depth the role of native and exotic trees to facilitate the restoration of forests and their role in supporting livelihoods. Hopefully, we can advance the knowledge through an interesting and fruitful dialogue in the panel discussion following the presentations. In total, we have 4 presentations in this session, showcasing restoration efforts in different landscapes across 3 continents, covering different forest biomes, from tropical rainforest to dry forests and shrubby Mediterranean type fynbos vegetation. Everyone participating on Zoom can ask questions related to the talks or the general topic by clicking on the Q&A button at the bottom of their Zoom window and typing in their questions. We'll pick the questions up and answer them in the panel debate. Our first speaker today in this session is Dr. Patricia Holmes from Cape Ecological Service and Stellenbosch University, South Africa. Patricia is a plant ecologist and consultant with a particular interest in alien plant invasions and ecological restoration in the major vegetation types of the Cape Floristic region. She will talk today about the problem of invasive alien trees in the fynbos biome in South Africa and the implications for restoration. Please, Patricia.
And the implications for restoration. My key messages are that although reforestation is an important endeavor, introducing exotic trees is very risky, as some could become invasive with negative impacts. Reforestation efforts should use indigenous species of local provenance as far as possible. Planting trees is not universally beneficial, and we need a more nuanced messaging at the global level. And in my opinion, in this UN decade on ecosystem restoration, the emphasis should be on restoration rather than reforestation. Many global biodiversity hotspots are not forests, but are, for example, shrublands and grasslands. And working in non-forest ecosystems, one sometimes feels like the Cinderella when seeking support for ecological restoration. Grasslands and shrublands have been subject to afforestation with exotics to meet timber needs. But many introduced trees have become invasive, and these negatively impact on biodiversity. For example, putting locally endemic species at higher extinction risk. Also on ecosystem services, such as water supplies from catchments and support for pollinator populations. And also adaptation to and mitigation of climate change. Contrary to popular opinion, grasslands and shrublands also sequester much carbon to diverse below-ground geophytic and rooting structures, contributing carbon to the soil. In contrast, invasive trees form monocultures that eliminate such biodiversity. I will now show a few slides of alien tree invasions in the fynbos biome. The first slide shows mountain fynbos ecosystems. The invasive alien trees here are pre-adapted to the fynbos disturbance regime, which is fire. And this means that they can disperse seeds after the fire across the burnt landscape, or they can store seeds in the soil that can germinate in response to fire. The left photo shows some pine trees spreading from a nearby plantation. This low-density invasion will become dense after the next fire from seeds released from fire-protected cones. The right photo shows dense black wattle, Acacia mearnsii. This species has hard, soil-stored seeds that germinate en masse after a fire in response to heat shock. The tree grows quickly and eliminates all fynbos species underneath its canopy. In the fynbos biome lowlands, another wattle species, Acacia saligna, is a prominent invader. It is very difficult to control as it resprouts after fire and also produces copious quantities of heat-stimulated seeds that accumulate in the soil seed bank. It quickly outcompetes fynbos vegetation. On the right, you can see an aerial image of acacia invasion across the landscape. The yellow polygon indicates a 100-hectare restoration trial where different clearing methods and active sowing methods are being trialed. Lowland fynbos ecosystems are highly threatened, and their conservation and restoration are a top priority. Fynbos biome riparian zones are readily invaded by red river gum, Eucalyptus camaldulensis, and black wattle, seen in the left photo as a mixed stand in a lowland river reach, and on the right as a dense black wattle stand in a foothill river reach. As this is a forest conference, I note that our indigenous Afro-temperate forests are not exempt from invasion by alien trees. These forests are quite limited in extent as they occur only in fire-protected areas. Here you can see tree species that have vertebrate dispersal are the invaders, such as on the left, black wood, Acacia melanoxylon, and on the right, Australian cheesewood, Pittosporum undulatum. What are the impacts of these alien tree invasions on biodiversity? South Africa's flora has very high levels of diversity endemism and is under threat from habitat loss and degradation, mainly by invasions. 40% of the recent increase in conservation concern taxa is attributed to alien invasions. Note that the fynbos biome flora circled on the graph is particularly under threat, with nearly half of its species listed as of special conservation concern. So we are obviously very concerned about alien tree invasions in this biome. In addition, what are the impacts of alien tree invasions on ecosystem services? There's quite a lot of research on this, but I will just briefly touch on two aspects. First of all, water. Surface water runoff is reduced by between 1.5 and 2.5 billion cubic meters per annum nationally. And if no restoration action is taken, it is estimated that this could double. Secondly, rangelands. More than 70% of South Africa is not arable land, but provides grazing for livestock and wildlife. But invasion by alien trees replaces palatable grasses, reducing grazing potential. Whereas initial invasion may provide some benefits in the form of firewood and shade, this is soon outweighed by negative impacts as invader density increases. In terms of restoration costs, it's extremely urgent to restore a lot of these invaded ecosystems. And this may include passive restoration, which in other words is removing the degradation driver or the invasive alien trees, but in some cases might also require active restoration to reintroduce the native species. In terms of passive restoration, since 1995, South Africa initiated an expanded public works program called Working for Water to deal with the invader problem, and has since spent about $1 billion on invasive plant control operations. This amount has risen exponentially as time has gone on. And despite this high investment, invader cover has been reduced only in localized areas, but increases in others. So it's not entirely effective. A review found that the costs of effective control are regularly underestimated, depending on the invader species. The initial control plus one follow-up can cost between $1,300 to $3,200 per hectare. And also, if it's not effectively implemented, the invader or a secondary invader species will soon re-invade. It was also found that improvements are needed in effective prioritization, goal setting and planning with monitoring of outcomes. Active restoration means actively restoring the ecosystem structure and composition. And however, reintroducing key structural species by seed or rootstock adds significantly to the costs of restoration, estimated to be an additional $500 to $2,000 per hectare, depending on the ecosystem. Also, when we're working in threatened ecosystems, there's often a lack of seed sources. This can be limited in terms of restoring these systems. And this makes it difficult to scale up restoration initiatives. The above limitations mean it's important to promote spontaneous succession wherever possible. And a review of the last 3 decades of research has provided some guidelines which can assist with planning to optimize restoration while limiting costs. The recommendations are to first tackle the less dense and more recent dense alien invasions, and to recognize that dense stands of wattle and gum species are more likely to need active restoration than, for example, species such as pines. Also, that lowland ecosystems are less resilient to alien tree invasions than mountain systems and will more likely require active restoration interventions. Thank you for listening. Let's remember that introducing exotic trees can have serious risks and work together towards restoring the world's most threatened ecosystems.
Thank you, Patricia. Our next speaker is Thank you, Patricia. Our next speaker is Dr. Martin Cheek from the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, where he leads the Africa team in the identification and naming department. He will talk about the use of indigenous species in reforestation of degraded areas in Congo. Please, Martin.
A specialist in tropical Africa. This 5-minute presentation is about an ongoing experimental trial in the Republic of Congo, Africa, with indigenous African forest species, which have the potential to address reforestation, carbon capture, agroforestry, and conservation of forest of high value. On the left is a plot of secondary grassland with bracken, that's pteridium, that's been cleared, and it's being prepared and planted in late 2013. On the right is the very same area taken 6.5 years later, now with indigenous forest trees established. This photo I took in last year, a year ago, in February 2020. In this talk, I will tell you why and how we did this. Co-authors of this paper are Mike Hans of the Inga Foundation, Pierre Mberi and Florent Laga of MPD Congo, who host and manage the trial, and Idrif Mpanzu from the University of Mariangwabi in Brazzaville. He's a PhD student. Large areas of the Massif de Chaillu are secondary grassland, which is fire maintained. It's dominated by pteridium bracken, resulting from repeated slash and burn agriculture for manioc. These trees, these tracts have low species diversity, and they're not used by people. Agriculture is really difficult because of the bracken and the grasses. Yet slash and burn agriculture continues in areas of intact biodiverse forest. To test the hypothesis that we could re-establish indigenous forest trees in this degraded habitat, we established a nursery. You can see construction here on the left, and we began collecting seeds, and you can see fruit collection on the right of some of the species that we used. We focused on trees with agroforestry potential, nitrogen fixing legumes with regrowth capacity and large leathery leaves, potential parallels to Inga in the Americas. We selected 12 species which are listed in the abstract. So here is the nursery in full production in 2012. Our trainee botanists from the main university are engaged in setting up the plot. Here you can see them on the left. Bottom left is our co-author Mike Hans of the Inga Foundation, who's vastly experienced with Inga systems and a soil specialist. And on the right are the seedlings being planted and measured back in 2013. The lines are 3.5 meters apart, spacings are 0.5 meters within the lines. 6 years later, most of our species had formed a canopy, as you can see here, shading out the grasses and the bracken originally present. They can't survive the low light. They can't survive the shade. To our surprise, many forest herb species appeared. And we believe they've regenerated from the soil seed bank. This photo shows a parcel of Miletia versicolor, which is valued locally as a hardwood. This parcel of Miletia versicolor has been pollarded. This was February of last year to test its agroforestry potential. The poles will be collected for firewood for use by local communities, and the brash will remain as a mulch for planting crops into. The trees will be allowed to regrow when needed. In the Americas, 1 hectare of Inga plots can grow crops to feed a family permanently without need for slash and burn, reducing production of climate change gases from the burning that would otherwise take place, and reducing degradation and loss of biodiverse conservation priority forest. This is what we're aiming for. Here, we are measuring tree diameters and taking wood samples and heights to calculate carbon capture over time. Reforesting tracts of secondary degraded grassland offers great potential for large-scale carbon sequestration in Congo and beyond. Here's the local team with Paul Mberry, the trial manager, carrying the first wood sample that we made, and Idruf Mpanzu, also co-author to his right. If anyone is interested in funding the continuation of this project, please contact me. For your information, at Kew, we are now beginning a reforestation project with threatened tree species in Guinea, funded by the Frank Linear Foundation to improve livelihoods of local communities around tropical important plant areas recently designated in that country. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Our next speaker is Professor Guarazi Diniz, Director of Ariba Botanical Garden in Brazil. He works in environmental educational project development, environmental restoration and reforestation, applying agroecological concepts in rural properties. Today, he will talk about restoring the flora and fauna in semi-deciduous Atlantic forest of Brazil. Please, Guarazi.
Olá, boa tarde a todos. Agradeço Alexandre Antonelli e Paul Smith pelo convite e oportunidade de estar apresentando esse trabalho de restauração ecológica que desenvolvemos aqui no Brasil. O Brasil é um país com tamanho continental e dentro dele nós temos presentes mais de um bioma. Nós temos presentes diversos biomas e que isso, de certa forma, facilita o trânsito de espécies que não são do bioma do qual nós trabalhamos e que nós podemos considerar como espécies exóticas, né, que têm características muito diferentes de clima, de fotoperíodo, de solos e tudo mais. Nós estamos aqui desenvolvendo trabalho no que chamamos de floresta estacional semidecídua da Mata Atlântica. É uma região que estamos desenvolvendo entre o estado de São Paulo e Minas Gerais. Nessas áreas, nós já sabemos que é uma das áreas que foi mais devastada. Nós temos cerca de 95%, né, já sem a vegetação original. E com isso, a importância, né, e a necessidade de recuperar esse bioma é muito grande. E dentro disso inclui espécies que são espécies já ameaçadas, né, de extinção. Nesse trabalho que nós desenvolvemos, no início, nós não sabíamos exatamente o que fazer, mas percebíamos que precisava fazer alguma coisa. Nós tínhamos ali uma área devastada, com interferência humana muito grande, e não sabíamos por onde começar. Mas se não sabia por onde começar, nós começamos eliminando o problema que nós tínhamos. O que era uma pastagem, e que antes foi também uma plantação de café, entre 2 rios e 2 nascentes, os animais destruíam. Com isso, só com a retirada desses animais, árvores isoladas que existiam no local começaram a se tornar abrigos para pequenos pássaros que traziam sementes e foram formando núcleos. Esses núcleos foram se integrando e formando blocos de vegetação, né, formando a floresta. E essa regeneração natural foi acontecendo ao longo do tempo e formando esses maciços. E nós começamos a intervir aonde não tínhamos ainda recuperado e não tínhamos mais, era tão devastado que não tinha nem árvores. E entre essas áreas foram colocados sistemas agroflorestais, onde tínhamos produção do alimento junto com o desenvolvimento da floresta também. Com esse procedimento, nós conseguimos equilibrar o ambiente e começar a tornar ele mais recuperado. Aqui temos um exemplo nessas fotografias, que é árvores isoladas que existiam formando núcleos de vegetação, que vão se unindo até formar esse maciço, né, de continuidade e formando a floresta. Nos sistemas de agrofloresta que foram colocados no entorno, nós introduzimos as árvores que vão ser da floresta e, entre as entrelinhas e nos espaços, colocamos plantas que têm ciclo curto, que são grãos, que são raízes, que servem para alimentação. Colocamos também as plantas de ciclo médio, que são as frutíferas, que tem aqui também para uso de alimentação, e elas vão utilizando os espaços e a iluminação natural, a presença da luz para formar esse grande maciço. Existia, e ainda tem, né, no Brasil, uma indicação técnica e que se tornou legislação, que devemos plantar no sistema de recuperação algo como todas as espécies, desde as pioneiras na sucessão vegetal até as secundárias tardias e clímax. Só que isso se demonstrou uma coisa muito ineficiente, porque não tínhamos condições, por exemplo, daquelas que chegam numa condição, precisam de uma condição de menos iluminação, né, mais sombra, de mais umidade, de mais solo recuperado, não conseguiam sobreviver. Então, era muito pouco, isso deixava as áreas sem essa recuperação formada. O que nós observamos ao longo do tempo, e aqui temos duas imagens do mesmo local, uma referência a essas duas construções aqui, aonde no início, sem a cobertura, o desenvolvimento mais difícil das próprias plantas. Com a cobertura vegetal já formada, nós começamos a observar que não só as plantas se desenvolviam mais, mas a interação com a fauna aumentava o desenvolvimento do próprio sistema de vegetação. Então, vejam que interessante a paisagem, né? Vai mudando, a vegetação vai se instalando e nós vamos tendo a participação de mais fatores, incluindo na restauração ecológica. Então, que era um vale só com animais, sem vegetação, começa a formar os núcleos e vai se fechando até aqui nesse ano 2020. Outro exemplo, né, da transformação da paisagem com essa restauração, fotos de 1969, 1972, e quando começamos a fazer os núcleos e começamos a reflorestar o restante e desenvolvendo até os dias de hoje. Isso não só fez com que a vegetação desenvolvesse, mas também proporcionou mais infiltração de água, proporcionou melhorias de nutrientes no solo e suporte à vida, com mais água presente. E é nesse ponto em que os animais começam a ter uma integração maior, desde o início já, claro, um pequeno, mas cumprindo as funções ecológicas que eles estão desenvolvendo, né? Então, os animais pequenos, animais médios, animais que vão surgindo e fazendo todo o trabalho de integração e regeneração, até os animais que são, né, das cadeias mais simples, até as mais complexas. Então, aqui, por exemplo, os predadores, né, os carnívoros, uma espécie aqui que nós registramos já está em ameaçada de extinção também, o tigrinos, mostrando o equilíbrio da vegetação e da própria floresta como um todo. O que nós temos agora é um procedimento que visa ampliar essa área com mais 300 hectares e desenvolver a restauração nela, a pesquisa, desenvolvimento com educação ambiental e a informação pública, né, a informação da comunidade, a interação com a comunidade, porque é uma região que abastece a cidade e precisa ser recuperada. E esse trabalho não só desenvolvido aqui, mas também em outras áreas que nós trabalhamos, como reservas ecológicas privadas e públicas, né, isso proporcionando cada vez mais o conhecimento para que isso seja efetivamente recuperado. Então, o que a gente observa como conclusão é que não só, né, as árvores certas, nos locais certos, mas também no momento certo. Isso aumenta muito a eficiência, né, do sistema de uma forma integral, incluindo flora e fauna nesse conjunto. Eu agradeço, muito obrigado a todos e muito obrigado às pessoas que têm participado ativamente nesse processo e deixo aqui os contatos para mais informações que podemos desenvolver. Tá? Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Gorazi. We are just looking for the file for the next talk. Our speaker is Dr. Dia P. Shannon from the Forest Restoration Research Unit, Chiang Mai University in Thailand. Her current research concentrates on forest landscape restoration and the improvement of livelihoods. She will talk about the framework species method, the concept and its efficacy for restoring tropical forest ecosystems. So we're waiting now for the file, but I'm sure we can start in a minute. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dia Shannon from Foru, Chiang Mai University. This picture was taken last week from our plot planted in 1998. And today I'm going to talk about the concept and its efficacy for restoring tropical forest ecosystem. What is the framework species method? It is a technique aiming to restore forest ecosystem by densely planting the seedlings in open sites close to natural forest with a mixture of selected species that represent the reference ecosystem to accelerate ecological succession. Next question would be, what is the selected group of woody species and how they were selected? Framework species were selected mainly for their ability to tolerate open conditions, quickly suppress weeds, and their attraction to seed dispersing wildlife. Any other characteristic might be considered during species selection if they are important to stakeholders or particular ecological context. In this picture, trees in orange and blue represent pioneer and climax species. After planting, they will survive and grow to create a suitable condition for natural dispersed after planting, they will survive and grow to create a suitable condition for natural dispersed seeds to germinate and establish in the area, as shown in dark green seedling. Then, in order to select framework species, we need two major components: a nursery to grow native species and a field trial plot to test species performance. Both of them are time-consuming and expensive. After 1 to 2 years figuring out how to grow native seedlings in the nursery, and about 2 to 3 years making sure that planted seedlings receive nursery care, which means weeding, adding extra nutrient and protection from disturbance such as fire. And then we can relax a little bit looking at the data that have been gathered over the years. This is the data that we can now sit in front of our computer or a calculator to select the right species. The proposed method is called rank scores or suitability index. These columns in gray are the data collected from 3 to 5 years of hard working. The first 3 columns came from the field. Survival percentage was used to calculate survival score by simply multiply the number by 2 in order to give more weight to this characteristic. And next column, height and crowd scores were calculated from assigning 100 to the highest mean value and calculate the other numbers as a percentage of the maximum mean. The fourth column is ease of propagation score. It was calculated from total nursery time If that species spent less than a year in the nursery, it got 100. If 1 to 2 years, it got 75. If more than 2 years in the nursery, it got 50. And the last one for attractiveness score, a species will get 100 and 0 if they produce fleshy and dry fruit subsequently. All scores for each species were added and then calculated the adjusted score. Similarly, assigning 100 to the highest mean and calculate the other scores as a percentage of the maximum mean. Finally, we get the rank of species with selected performance. In Thailand, the framework species method was tested continually in 2 locations. Under the work of Foru, Chiang Mai University, in northern Thailand, we worked with Hmong community and Doi Su Thep Pui National Park on restoring the upland evergreen forest in Chiang Mai. And in the south, we were persuaded to go down by both international and national organizations that hope to conserve one of the critically endangered species of our planet, the Gurney's pitta. Our goal was to create a nice habitat for them. We were working with local people, Bird Conservation Society of Thailand, BirdLife International, and Khao Prak Bangkam Wildlife Sanctuary to restore lowland evergreen forest. In Chiang Mai, the nursery was built in 1994, the first plot tested in 1996, and the best result observed from the plot planted in 98. It took Foru about 5 years to find the framework species or selected group for restoring upland evergreen forest ecosystem in Chiang Mai. New species has been added to the list from time to time according to new available data from the field. There are a number of biodiversity studies that have been done in the plots, such as birds, insects, plants, lichens, and mycorrhiza. One of the most proud was the survey from the plot planted in 98 that we found 72 planted native tree species when the plot was it's about 8 to 9 years old. It is obvious that the framework species method can accelerate ecological succession by creating a forest structure and bring back diversity. However, it might not result in exactly the same degree when applying in other locations depending on different factors. And now we moved down to the south and things got more complicated down there. Conflicts between local people and authorities made it difficult to set up a peaceful collaboration. Not mentioning unclear demarcation between wildlife sanctuary and non-hunting areas. However, we managed to build a nursery and tested over 90 species within 7 years, with various field conditions, from an open site filled with weeds to a shady strip along the edge of a rubber or oil palm plantation, with high profit from growing these cash crops. It was really difficult to find necessary laborers or to maintain the plots. Also, it is hard to predict the future of the trees if planted in, we can call this a kind of private land, which I mean the land that owners do not have any legal document, but they have used the area for so long. From the open site, framework species that we tested down there can create close canopy within 3 to 5 years after planting. With this amazing result, a common next question would be, how much does it cost? From a recent study done in Nan, a province in northern Thailand, that is also trying to find out that framework species, that is now, this province is now facing this serious deforestation problem. And from this study, it will cost $4,880 per hectare. If we have to deal with an open site with no regenerants or any natural seedlings at all, the cost depends highly on labor costs and inaccessibility of the site. To take the framework species method to a broader practice, we need to encourage local knowledge of native plants, continuity of funding, and more importantly, how local people will benefit from restoration projects. Or if we could backtrack a little bit, local people could be involved from the beginning. We can add a column or more to include their needs into framework species selection process. Therefore, we now have the right trees for all. This picture was taken about five months after a serious forest fire in Chiang Mai last year. In lower elevation, most trees can survive and grow back shortly after receiving the rains. However, only a few tree species in the upland, which is from this picture, can resprout. In this case, fire resilience must be added into the rank score table. The framework species method or concept is adaptable to various circumstances and to meet various local needs. Together we can do it. Thank you for sharing your time with me.
Thank you, Dia. I would like to invite all the speakers now to switch on their cameras and join me for the panel debate. If there are any questions from the audience, please click on the question answer button at the bottom of your Zoom window and type in your question. I will pick the question up and forward to the panelists. So the first question we've got was from Professor Blackmore from BGCI. And it was a question directed to the panel generally. He's asking, what are the major barriers to obtaining native plant species for restoration? So maybe we can start with Dia. What do you think are the main barriers?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
What are the barriers for using framework species method or native species? Sorry, Gunter.
Well, the main question was, what are the major barriers to obtaining native plant species for restoration?
Major barriers. For us here in Thailand, it starts with the knowledge about our own native species. Even though we know what species they are, however, when is the right time to collect the right time to collect the species we wanted, that is also one of the things that people might not know, especially in the local area that we're working on. We might have the general idea of the country. However, in our local area, we need to know the right time to collect the species we wanted. And not only that, how to propagate those species is also one of the challenging, because not many people have tried to grow those species from seeds before. I think it's all about biology and ecology of our knowledge about those native plants. That's one of the barriers that I can think of.
Right, thank you for the interesting answer. Maybe Patricia, how does it look like in South Africa regarding barriers for obtaining plants for restoration?
Thank you. Yes, I work in the fynbos lowlands, which are quite threatened. And so there are not many remaining natural remnants from which to collect local seeds. So that's the first barrier, just getting enough habitat to collect from. But also we have a similar problem to Dia. We don't always know what germination cues we need. So there is research needed. And then when we sow in the field, we seem to lose a lot in the establishment phase. So I think there's still a lot of research needed on how to make best use of the scarce seed resources. And I know in some other parts of the world, they're experimenting with seed coatings and so on. That's something we haven't begun yet. Thanks.
Right, thank you. Maybe I address the question now to Guarazi to how does it look like in Brazil? Maybe Chris, you're going to translate, and then maybe
Yes.
I take the question, I ask Martin in between, and then once Martin has answered, maybe you can give me the feedback from Guarazi. This is okay. Thank you. So maybe Martin, in the Congo, what are the barriers for obtaining plant material?
Well, I think Dia explained them very well indeed. We were fortunate to have finance and very good local partners. We did a comprehensive inventory of the species in all the plant species in the adjoining forests. And then once we'd decided on the basis of that list of species and their characteristics, which ones we wanted to use in our reforestation trial, we then set about seed collecting and growing them in a nursery, and it was a matter of trial and error, and there were some problems which had to be overcome, but it can be done. And I think the thing is not to focus on the difficulties, but to get on and do the work that's needed.
Thank you, Martin. Well, very interesting and conclusive answers. So maybe Guarazi, how is it in Brazil?
Hello, thank you very much. I'm speaking on behalf of Guarazi. I think the main barriers are especially finding the seeds that were once native seeds, because since other plants came, we lost many of the seeds. So one of the things that is a main barrier is finding these new seeds and finding these trees. And also a big problem, a big barrier here are resources for reforestation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, interesting. So we got a lot of questions coming in. So another interesting point is, Nandita Singhai is asking, how do we know that a tree is native? It may have been, a tree may have been exotic before, but over time naturalized, and so has become basically part of the flora. So maybe I address this to Patricia, because I know it's a common phenomenon on the Cape that plants escape and sort of behave like being part of the flora, even though they are not, and causing a lot of problems. So maybe Patricia, you can share a little bit about the issues.
Sure. Well, in the shrublands of the fynbos, it's usually fairly obvious what is alien, but all of these introduced species, when they become naturalized, they might not become invasive. They might just sit there, or they could go through what we call a lag phase, where they sit there for a while, and then suddenly they take off and they spread and become invasive. We do see that pattern as well. I think in our forests, it's a lot more insidious. It's more difficult to track because the vertebrates take the alien exotic trees seeds into the forests, and they can grow up underneath the canopy, and they're often not seen for quite a while. So they might be around in the forests and people are not aware. I don't work so much in forests, but I do find it difficult in those ecosystems to sometimes spot the invaders because they resemble a bit our own trees, our evergreen trees. Yeah, I think that's basically it. I think we have a good record of what species have been introduced historically, and we are on the lookout for new introduced species as well, so that they can be tracked and documented and looked at if they suddenly become a problem. Thanks.
Right, thank you. But you wouldn't think that in the flora, no one would consider introduced species eventually as being native for the local flora? They would always be treated as exotic in South Africa, is it?
Well, I think some of them we realize we're never going to eradicate. And if we do have sufficient biological control introduced on them to prevent them becoming dominant, then they can be tolerated as part of the community. But I think one needs more than one biological control agent so that the plant doesn't escape the control of that agent. Otherwise, they can become invasive again. So it's a difficult tightrope to walk. But I think we realize that for many of these species, we can't eradicate them. We do need to do more biological control so that we have a better balance with the native flora.
Thank you. Another question we've got is about local tree species growing very slowly. For example, ebony in the Congo Basin. So how can we encourage local communities to start growing these species? So this is a question, I think, for Martin to address.
Well, the species that we've selected for use in our trial in the Congo, we found are quite fast growing, and that I can't talk about the example that the questioner raised, which is an ebony, but a couple of our species are quite are hardwoods. One of them is commercially is a type of zebra wood, which is much sought after. And our initial data shows that it's growing quite rapidly. So I would say try other valuable species rather than the ebony that the questioner raised. So it is possible to grow trees quite rapidly.
Yeah, interesting. I have to say, we observed a similar thing in Hong Kong, where fast-growing species not necessarily have soft woods. So also some hardwood species actually grow in restoration conditions almost as fast as pioneer species. So this is an interesting observation you're sharing. I wonder, in Thailand, do you observe similar things, Dia?
So the similar thing, you mean native species that can grow quite fast, like Martin just mentioned?
Hardwood species which grow comparatively fast in restoration conditions.
Ooh,
or would you say that generally in
species.
Thailand, hardwood species would grow slower compared to softwood species?
I would say that in our study, hardwood species tend to grow slower than softwood species. However, in our list of framework species, we do mix them together, and some of the usually we found them in like kind of climax condition. They do survive very well in open degraded area, and even though they don't seem to grow as fast as pioneer, but they did not really grow slow as we expected them. So my answer would be the hardwood species that we have on the list of framework species here tend to grow slower. However, some of them act in the open area quite well in terms of survival, and the growth rate doesn't seem bad at all.
Right, thank you. So it's interesting. I think the situation is very different across the different biomes, I would think. So, and also different traits, I guess, functional traits are responsible for the growth and how hard the wood is, and under what kind of conditions the hardwood develops faster or slower. Another question for Dia. We're getting a lot of similar questions actually about the involvement of local people. So how do you engage local people, and what kind of data are collected in reforestation by you or by local people?
Okay, so the involvement of the local people at the beginning, since FORU started as a research unit, so we as an academic institution has to work with the national park and then the local community in terms of where would be the area that we're going to restore each year. So at the beginning, the community got involved in terms of land, available land that we're going to test this framework species method, and the involvement started from the beginning, because at the I mentioned earlier that framework species method, we need to have a nursery, and then we have a local people working with us since the beginning, collecting the seeds, producing seedlings, and then we need to get the local help with the maintenance of the plot, weedings, fertilizing, and all those work. And with the data collection, we also involve them in the monitoring stage, helping with the students and our staff in order to acquire those information. So this is at the beginning, before we're setting up the plots. And then later on, currently, we also try to work more with the planning, selecting the right method for restoring the sites that we need restoration to happen. So the involvement since the beginning of this collection throughout data collection. And now we're currently working on selecting the suitable methods together to make sure that we are on the same goal, and they also benefit from what we are doing.
Thank you. So I think this is a very interesting question, how local people are involved in the restoration process. Maybe I would like to address this question also to Guarazi to know, to see how this looks like in Brazil. Maybe I wait and until the translation is finished. And in the meantime, maybe I would also like to ask Martin to see how this does it work in Congo. So how are local people involved?
In Congo, local people were involved. Initially, we were, or at least our partners in this project in Congo, negotiated with the local community for permission to use the area, the trial experimental area, and then also local community members were hired to support the seed collection and the nursery and the planting. Ours is really an experiment yet, so we're hoping to get proof of concept before rolling it out. So we haven't got to that stage yet, so the local community hasn't been involved there, but that's for the future. So that's about it on as far as our Congo trial is concerned with the local community.
Thank you. Interesting. So another interesting question we got is someone asks, how many individuals need to be planted in an area to make the restored community as healthy and resilient as possible? So maybe this question goes to Dia about density of planting. So I don't know how the framework approach. So how many would you plant per given area?
Okay. If we talk about the density of planting, we do have a kind of guideline number. So however, we need to survey the area and know how many natural regenerants in the area to start with. And then we will use the number of about 3,100 seedlings per hectare. So let's say if you have half of that available, then you plant more to fulfill to the density of 3,100 seedlings per hectare. But that's a guideline number. So the density of the seedlings, if we reach that density, the distance between each seedling will be about 1.8 or 2 meters apart. So if you're talking about the density, but number of species depends on your ecosystem.
Right. And do you find any differences between, let's say, flat areas or exposed areas or ridge tops where, for example, the stem density needs to be higher? And maybe also species composition, I guess, would be different. So do you plant different densities depending on exposure or ridge tops and so on?
So far, we use this guideline with the 3,100 per hectare for all ecosystem we're working with. However, the combination of species that need to be working on differently, but not the density so far.
Thank you. So I'm going back to Chris now. I think by the time now the translation has been done. So please let us know how it looks like in Brazil.
So to engage the local community,
yes.
what Arariba does is having an environmental education. They have this education just not only for the rural area, but also for the urban area. So many schools from the community, not only from the community, but also from the big cities, they come to the area to study and to be part of all this restoration. So mostly is educational kind of work, but also there is a lot of work that is done by partners and volunteers that help doing gatherings for plantations. That's very important in the local area, but also from other areas. And there is also a big concern on working with local newspapers for releasing as many news, as many things as possible about this restoration. And also, since it's a there is a lot of air or water that needs to be preserved in the area, because a lot of water is how do you say, spread to the area. So there is a local concern about like doing the reforestation, is working with it so it doesn't run out of water. Thank you.
Thank you. That's interesting. We got another question related to the planting of acacia species in Madagascar. So the question is, sorry, I lost that. It's changing so fast.
Sorry, I just answered on the on the question and answer screen.
Yeah, no problem. Well, we have another question from Nepal. So people are interested how to select species for plantations. I guess it's native species and how to do the selection process. And what are the best practices for choosing the right species for a plantation? I guess the question refers to native species, maybe also to exotic species. I'm not sure, it doesn't say. So I wonder, maybe Martin, you have got experience in agroforestry and in your talk, can you give us some ideas about what's the best practice for selecting species for plantations?
Well, on the agroforestry side, yeah, we were really selecting species for their agroforestry potential. For that was the main driver initially in our experimental plantation in Congo. So there we were looking for species that will fix nitrogen, so members of the legume family or Fabaceae, especially those that are are in those groups that do have nodules, because not all legumes do have nodules. And then we're also looking for those which can regrow after they're cut, because in agroforestry schemes, you are looking at pollarding the trees, and they've got to be able to regrow after that. And therefore, we were selecting species which we knew could grow again once they'd been cut, because not all forest species can do that. So we did that by looking at actual slash and burn sites used by the local communities and looking at what species were regrowing in that context. And we're also looking for species with large, thick, leathery leaves or leaflets that would be of the right type to make a mulch, which is crucial to this agroforestry system that we're modeling ourselves on. So those were factors that we were looking for, but also, of course, species that we thought could grow fast, because it's no point in waiting for 20 years before you've got trees that are big enough. We wanted fast-growing species, and that this is what our trial was about. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Very interesting overview. We got another question here. It's a very interesting one regarding to tree guards. So in many countries around the world, tree guards are used to protect trees from herbivory, from sort of harsh environmental conditions, as we do in Hong Kong as well. So I was wondering, in the 4 talks we have seen, no one is actually using tree guards. So the question is, have you ever tried, or are tree guards not a consideration out of financial issues, or do you think it's just not needed? Maybe I address this question first to Gwarazi, and maybe Chris, you could translate in the meantime. And then
I'm so sorry.
Maybe...
could you just repeat the question a little bit, because I lost a little bit of the question. So thank you.
So a lot of people are interested in the use of tree guards, and tree guards are used as basically protective covers for trees, so to protect them from animals which would eat them, but also from harsh environmental conditions. And we have seen in the presentation that the trees are planted without protection. So has Gwarazi ever considered using tree guards, and would this increase maybe survival rate? Maybe I address the same question to Dia as well.
Okay, tree guard. In our plot, we don't have tree guard. However, in our nursery, we do have that set up, but not consistently. So we do have, we called it guard roll. So around our seedlings bed, we would have our guard roll around our seedling bed in order to like protect the things that you talk about that can affect the seedlings that we produced. However, in the field, we did not have guard roll in our plot.
But did you find that, for example, some deer or animals would sort of nibble the trees and basically damage them, and then reducing thereby the performance or the establishment in general, the growth?
So far, in my experience that I've been working with Faro, I haven't seen that problem around the plots. Because if they're gonna come to the plots, they're gonna come into the plots and destroy all of our seedlings. In our case, so if we have problem about the animals, like animals that communities might have, so in that case, then we would set up the fence or something that prevent them to come into our plots and destroy all of them. However, for wildlife that cause that problem, we have not come across that problem yet.
Okay, thank you. What about Martin? Have you had any problems with animals damaging the trees?
Fortunately, not much. We did have some damage, but I think, tree guards are not going to help with forest elephant, keeping those off, which is a real, potentially a real problem in Congolian Africa. Though there we would need electric fences, but fortunately our trial area is not so far from local communities, and therefore And of course, there's quite a lot of hunting, and so animal densities are not that high in our trial area. So so far, it hasn't been a major problem. Thanks.
Right, thank you. We got another question, which is related to tree establishment as well. So someone asks whether herbicides are commonly used to suppress weeds around the planted trees. Well, sorry, maybe I go back to Chris first before I ask the next question. Thank you.
Thank you. Addressing the question before, the sitio de Arariba, it doesn't use any kind of tree guards. The only problem that the native animals, they don't steal or they don't damage anything. The only thing they have is a little bit of problem with some big ants we have here. And that is solved with a more mechanical kind of solution, that is the sheep wool. Since they have a lot of sheep in the sitio as well, they use this sheep to protect the small plants, and then afterwards, after they grow, there is no problem. And for guarding the area, they have some tree guards to guard only the living areas, not the agroforest or the forest. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's interesting. So obviously, the problem with herbivory and animals eating the young trees is not the same in all the sites. So for example, in Hong Kong, I just want to add to this, we have huge problems. So deer, porcupines, a lot of different species actually try to eat the trees. And without protection, it's hard to get any trees growing. And especially, I guess, also sites where you still have livestock grazing. So cattle and sheep and goats, I guess, would also damage the trees. So it's a difficult question how to deal with this in a restoration context, because actually having tree guards for each little sapling is an expensive undertaking. So yeah, it's interesting discussion about how to protect the seedlings. So maybe I go to the next question then and ask about the use of herbicides. Maybe I ask first, Dia, are you using herbicides in Thailand to weed, or any other methods to suppress weeds which maybe are less invasive? But obviously there's also a cost benefit calculation here in terms of what is achievable depending on the methods used.
Okay. So here in Thailand, we use both methods to start with our experiments. So we use mechanical weedings, either machete or the weed whacker by hands. And then that's the first attempt to get rid of the above ground weeds. And then at the beginning, we recommended to use herbicide called glyphosate. Glyphosate, I think that's its called. However, later on, there is some study, right, that confirming that glyphosate is some kind of carcinogen in that group. And then there's some discussion about whether or not to use the chemical or herbicide in our plot. But it's going to be really difficult for some area that's really weedy. So my answer would be we started with these two methods of the mechanical weedings, whether or not we can find that facility or equipment in the site that we're working with. And then the chemical weeding, which is using glyphosate. However, recently we try to minimize that by not using herbicide. But it's really difficult on the weeding maintenance after we planted the seedlings in the first few years. So you have to really put the intensive labor into mechanical weedings in order to suppress or get rid of the weeds.
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe I would like to address this question also to Patricia to see how is this done in a completely different ecosystem. I mean, how do you deal with weeds? Do you use tree guards or herbicides, or how how is this done in the Cape Flora?
Thank you. Yes, the current project we're doing in collaboration with the expanded public works programs and the landowners, who in this case are the City of Cape Town. So they actually employ local people to clear the invasive trees. And the resprouting ones, you do have to use herbicide, but we try to do it on the stumps so it doesn't spread everywhere. But in some cases, if a fire comes through, for instance, you might have mass germination of wattle, and it's just too expensive to remove it manually. So we've got no option but to use herbicide in that case. They tend to build up very huge seed banks, so they come up en masse. But otherwise, we try to, once we actively restore, we try to minimize herbicide use, because obviously the fynbos species are very sensitive to herbicide and you don't want to kill them. So it's quite a balancing act, all in all, and depends on how long it's been invaded and how dense the aliens are, etc. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think we have to wrap up this session, and thank you all very much for participating in the very interesting discussion. It's wonderful, and I hope it was also interesting for our audience. I want to thank everyone for asking questions, and it was really a pleasure and honor to be part of this discussion, and I think I enjoyed it very much. I just want to announce the next session is session 3, Biodiversity and Reforestation, the Funder's Perspective. It will start at 3:40 UK time, so in about 15, a little bit more minutes. I would like to invite the panelists to stay online during the break and to type their answers to any of the questions we didn't manage to answer during the panel debates. Thank you all again very much, and it was an honor to do this panel discussion with you. Thanks again.
The project has managed to restore over 500,000 cedar trees on the mountain, which have been planted by local communities. And also it's one of the biggest restoration activities on Mulanje Mountain. And it has also helped to erase the myth that the Mulanje cedar cannot be planted or in Malawi on Mulanje Mountain. I'll continue working with the communities that are around Mulanje, and also building more networks that the project has already helped to develop more networks from here, and I'll be still linking up to gain more knowledge and also help people elsewhere to plant cedar in Malawi and across the world.
We are here in the greenhouse of the seed bank in Chile to share with you one of the species of the Global Tree Campaign project. This is Myrsiantes coquimbensis, an endemic and critically endangered species, member of Myrtaceae, that grows only in the coastal area of Coquimbo region. To try to conserve this species, we make several activities, especially seed collection and plant propagation. But also, we try to involve schools and local communities to try to improve the value of the species in the community. We are really grateful with the project for trust in us and help us to help the species.
remind you to turn it on when it's your turn to speak.
Okay. All good?
Yes, all good.
Oof, I was running.
Okay, well, welcome back everyone to this final session of the afternoon, Biodiversity and Restoration, the Funder's Perspective. You might have been expecting Bonnie Waring for your chair. Unfortunately, she's indisposed, and so I've happily stood in for her. I'm Colin Clubb, and I lead the Conservation Science Department here at Kew. As we heard from Alex, Kate, and Paul in their introductions this morning, as a community of diverse stakeholders, we have ambitious ideas, plans, and tools to conserve and restore the world's forests. And the 10 Golden Rules provides a clear roadmap. Sessions 1 and 2 provided us with some inspiring examples of the types of projects that are underway worldwide to address these aims. These ambitious plans for the restoration and long-term protection of natural forest ecosystems to maximize carbon sequestration, other ecosystem services, and biodiversity recovery come at a cost. And a sustained, well-targeted, long-term funding strategy at scale is absolutely key to success. In this session, we have assembled a fantastic set of panelists to explore the funding landscape and share with us their ideas, experiences, and perspectives on funding for biodiversity and reforestation. And just as a reminder, you're all used to it by now, I'm sure, if you've been with us all day, that the Q&A function there is where you can type in your questions during the session. I got my trusty moderator, David Whitehead, in my ear, passing me the questions so that I can present them to the panelists. And so please do put your questions in. You can also, as you saw on the screen, follow the conversation on Twitter using the hashtag Reforestation Conference. But it's my great honor to open the session by introducing our keynote speaker, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, CEO and chairperson of the Global Environment Facility. A lawyer by profession, politician by choice, and conservationist at heart, Carlos was elected as CEO and chairperson of GEF in June 2020. The former Costa Rican Environment and Energy Minister, he was a pioneer in the development of payment for ecosystem services initiatives and strategies for forest restoration, ocean conservation, and decarbonization, and is an internationally recognized expert on environmental policy, multilateral environmental negotiations, and financing for nature conservation. Carlos, thank you so much for joining us today, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Colin. Probably I need permission to turn on my video. Okay, there you go. Thank you so much for your very kind introduction, Colin. I'm really pleased to be here today. Greetings from Costa Rica, and I hope that you all are enjoying this very important conference. I come from a country that I was able to understand through the long process of trial and error that indeed human well-being, economic growth, and nature conservation can go hand in hand. Costa Rica in the 1970s, when I was very young, has this very bad reputation for being the country with the highest deforestation per capita of the planet. That was a report that remembered that was published by the World Bank. And today, you know, a few decades, 3-4 decades, we've been able to revert the rate of deforestation, double the size of our forests. Well, the population doubled in that same period. The GDP per capita tripled, meaning that the economy grew 3 times, and we went from 60% hydro and 40% fossil fuel use in the generation of electricity to being 100% renewable energy today in the electric sector. That leap forward, proved to us that what you were saying, Colin, strong institutions, long-term vision, political stability, long-term financial mechanism has been the answer. And let me go through some of the scientific and political process that were able to help us to be where we are, because today we got a system of protected areas that covers 30% of the country, and then outside protected areas we got around 22% of the country with very nice forests, between a combination of primary forests, old growth forests, and restoration, which is under the PS program, where people are being paid for keeping those forests because of the services that they provide in terms of carbon, water, biodiversity conservation. So we got today 52% of the country under some kind of conservation or protection, and we aim to be by 2030 60%. As you all knows, within the negotiations of the CUD, most countries are generating consensus on a target, conservation target by 2030, which should be around 30%. Why Costa Rica aims for 60%? Besides the fact that we love nature, it is because it makes a lot of economic sense to all of us. And it is our experience is very much consistent with this recent economic report that was published in the UK, the Das Gusta report, tells us a lot of things that Costa Rica was able to learn the hard way through the learning by doing and the trial and error. But three things here are extremely important and relevant that I would like to share. And these are things that I bring in to the GF in terms of policy approaches or jurisdictional approaches, which is probably the add value that I bring into the GF, because the GF does a lot of very, very good things, probably at a very low scale. And the challenge that we have in front of us is how do we amplify? So three things were really important here. First, we were able to learn that in our effort to halt deforestation and revert forest laws, we were fighting against the forces of the economic system. One of the big main reasons why there was so much deforestation in Costa Rica, and that is the same reason today in the Congo Basin, in the Amazon Basin, the Mekong Basin countries, and many other countries, is because the development policies in terms of food system, agriculture, and livestock policies promote all kind of incentives to change the land use, meaning deforestation. And there were all kind of perverse incentives that were the direct reason why we were losing forests. The agrarian reform policies, the land tenure policies, the public credit policies, the agricultural policies, all those policies had a big impact in our forest. And we began in the early 1990s kind of mapping all of those policies that had an impact on forests. And we were able to identify 63 different policies. Some of them were through laws, others through executive orders. But we began the very complex, politically speaking, process of phasing them out and reverting. I'll give you an example of what I mean by this. Yeah. Because the agrarian reform has a main objective, giving land to the landless and to put land under production. There was no scientific information about land use capacity and soil science and landscape management science at that time. So the idea was giving land to the landless and put land on the production as soon as possible, because that generates income, jobs, and wealth. So that was a big driver for deforestation. If you have your land with forest, you won't receive public finance credits, and you even had to pay a tax because your land was considered unproductive. And according to the agrarian reform, you need to put your land on the production. So there were plenty of many different perverse and negative incentives, and we began phasing them out. That was great. And this is what we need to do in many of the countries of this planet, because the same situation that I saw and I worked in Costa Rica in the 1980s, early 1990s, is the same thing that I see today in the country. There's a report of UNDP that tells us that globally we invest 180 times more resources, financial resources, in activities that generates deforestation than what we invest in forest conservation. In Costa Rica was not the exception. This is a big issue, and this is probably when we began changing all of those perverse incentives and policies, the impact in reverting the rate of deforestation was great. The second element out of three that I'm going to share with all of you today is the fact that we understood that at the end of the day, there was a market failure. You know, you have a forest, you own a forest, you provide carbon services, biodiversity, water services, and nobody recognizes financially those services. But at the same time, nobody wanted you to do a land use change, and you need an income, no matter the size of your farm or your income or your social condition. You need an income out of your property. If keeping your forest was not an option, you will legal or illegally do a land use change, put your land under production so you can have an income. So as we understood that there was a big, huge market failure, we began thinking, how do we address that? In the mid-1990s, we came with this innovative forest incentive, which is called payment for environmental services. You know, it was the second generation of forest incentive, because before 1996, we got a set of financial incentives. It was the government providing subsidies and tax breaks so you can keep forests and plant trees. But the financial cost was very high to the country, and the country was unable to really measure the benefit out of that. The national accounting system was unable to really internalize the positive benefits of keeping forests, restoring forests, and planting trees. So in one of those financial crises, fiscal crisis, the government said no more forest incentives coming from taxpayers' money. The government's not going to put more. And we were already understanding the failures of the market, and we put a tax on fossil fuels in 1997. So every users of fossil fuels should be paying the cost of offsetting that carbon emission by somebody having a forest in Costa Rica. This was way before REDD+ became something relevant in UNFCCC. So we create a mechanism for paying people for their carbon services. That carbon tax, I call it a tropical carbon tax, because it's very different to what we see in terms of carbon tax in the north, which is very different. The concept of a carbon tax in the north is to, avoid the use of fossil fuels or promote a more efficient use of fossil fuel, as you may finance the transition toward clean energies. Here, the tropical carbon tax has a very different concept. The main objective is dealing with a market failure. You tax fuels, you channel those funds to a forest fund, and that forest fund do payments, owners of trees, owners of forest, tree plantation and agroforestry service. How much do we began paying? Well, since we were dealing or trying to deal with a market failure, we began paying the cost of opportunity of doing cattle ranching. We began paying $42 per hectare per year. And then throughout the time, we began increasing the amount that we pay, because we were expanding the scope of the PS. At the beginning, it was carbon, then came water. We did adjustment on water fees. So everybody who uses water, at the household level or at the farm level, you should pay an added cost for the environmental service of water provision. And then we did it with biodiversity. Today, the tax on fossil fuels plus the water and biodiversity payments pays around $80 per hectare per year. That is quite attractive to many people because of the limited capacities of soils. Not all soils are good for agriculture and livestock activities in the tropics. So keeping your forest or restoring your forest has been it's become very attractive. We got 8,000 beneficiaries, more than 350,000 hectares within the program. and the combination of facing the perverse incentives and creating the PES and the tax on fossil fuels was a very positive combination. We went from perverse incentives into positive one. And in 3 minutes, I will finalize the last topic that help us. And I tend to believe it's extremely important in the context of the things that we need to do, which is the fact that we do not only have a market failure, we do have an institutional failure at the same time. We have created conservation agencies that manage the natural resources, but we have too many doing many things on silos with a sectoral vision. We do a classic division of management of natural resources within renewable and non-renewable natural resources, and we have all kinds of conflicts in terms of vision, even though we share the landscapes. And probably one of the biggest conflicts that I see from the institutional point of view is the conflict within agriculture and environment. In Costa Rica, we created an agency that manages all natural resources, renewable or not. The Ministry of Environment is environment, energy, mines, water, and the ocean. That gave us the possibility to look at the landscape in a more coherent manner, more integrated manner, and the policies reflected that. At the same time that we merged the Forest Service, National Park Service, and Wildlife Services, 3 traditional agencies that we have in every single country, but they work relatively on silos at the landscape level. And as we merge them, all of a sudden we get a big agencies looking to everything. So my final point here is that we've been able to restore almost 1 million hectares out of a country which has 5 million hectares. That restoration was done by planting trees. It was by understanding how do we give a hand to nature, and nature can take the lead in restoring the landscapes. In the tropic, light, water, and biodiversity is a very good combination by which we can do in a very cost-effective manner the restoration. The restoration that we do aims to bring back the original ecosystem. It will take us many decades, but we have understood very well how to do it. So Colin, thank you so much for the opportunity on being able to share a little bit of the Costa Rican experience and a little bit about the things that we want to do from the GF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos, for setting the scene for this session with such an informative, stimulating, and thought-provoking talk, and for laying the platform for our panel discussion. I think many of us have looked at Costa Rica for many years with great admiration to see this journey that you have been going on and where you've got to now. And indeed, it's great. We can draw great inspiration from that. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the panelists, the rest of our great panelists, to switch their cameras on and join you for the panel discussion. And what I'd like to do first is to ask each of them to perhaps introduce themselves and to give us a quick 2-minute summary of their current role, expertise, and perspectives they'd like to bring to the table today. And then we'll kick off with some of the questions that have been coming in on the Q&A channel. Thanks very much. And so I'll just go round as you look on my screen. So if I can introduce you first, Abid Karmali, to introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thanks, Colin, and thank you, Carlos, for a very motivating keynote address for our panel. So my personal background, I'm part of the ESG and sustainable finance part of Bank of America, based in London. In terms of perspectives that we can bring to this, we heard this morning from His Royal Highness about the Sustainable Markets Initiative. So our CEO, Brian Moynihan, co-chairs that initiative. So we're heavily engaged in trying to figure out how to bring financial sector solutions to the twin challenges of climate and biodiversity. On reforestation specifically, We see that as an essential part of the suite of solutions necessary to hit the net zero targets by 2050. Bank of America has a net zero by 2050 commitment. And in terms of specific financing, and I'm sure we'll get into this in the panel. We've had experience with the carbon markets, both voluntary and compliance, blended finance, forestry bonds, philanthropy, of course, and then more recently, I would say sustainability linked financing. So increasingly, products in the financial sector are trying to link ESG performance for specific companies to the cost of financing. And we've seen some successes recently on that front in the loan market, in the bond market, and in supply chain finance. Thank you.
Arvid, thank you very much indeed for that. Going around the table, Caroline, could I invite you to give us your introduction?
Yes, sure. Thank you. So my name is Caroline, and I'm working for the recently launched joint venture between HSBC and Pollination. It's called HSBC Pollination Climate Asset Management. And my responsibility is looking for land-based opportunities. We have the mandate to invest and set up two funds. One is a natural capital fund and the other one is a carbon fund. And what we seek to do is really to invest in sustainable agriculture or sustainable forestry. But we're also looking at more ecosystem activities on a large scale. I've been engaged in the carbon market actually already as of the start from 2002, so even before Kyoto Protocol. And I moved away from just generating carbon credits, but also far more looking at the other benefits that you can achieve when you reverse the trend of degradation to more healthy soils. So predominantly also looking at biodiversity, water, and community benefits. And it is actually within our funds that we really would try to place a value to that. And, now with all the pledges that come from several corporates, there is definitely a demand for carbon credits. But it would be lovely if we can increase the demand for the other impacts as well, and that we can value them. And from my perspective, and what I would like to bring to the table is actually how can we create scale? Because there are a lot of pilot projects, but in order to really drive change within a larger ecosystem, you need to put new land management practices on a far larger scale. So I would like to bring that in. Thank you.
Caroline, thank you very much indeed. Moving around, Jean-Christophe, may I invite you to...
Yes, thank you very much, Colin, and hello, everyone. I am Jean-Christophe Vier. I'm the Director General of Fondation Franklin, which is a private foundation whose objective is to improve the conservation status of threatened tree species around the world, and certainly to avoid their extinction. So I've been involved in conservation for the last 30 years, so probably the things I'm bringing to the table are a mix of funder, and conservationist perspective. There are many important points were made this morning, but there are four I'd like to bring back on the table. The first one is just, it's worth reiterating that there's 60,000 species of trees, and not all are equal, and all have an intrinsic value beyond their capacity to stock carbon. So I think it's an important point also to know that thousands are threatened, hundreds are down to 50 individuals, a few species are down to 1 individual. So there is an extinction crisis, which is probably bigger than with mammals or birds, and I think it's understated, and we should continue to put trees on the agenda. So we are supporting an effort led by BGCI, bringing all the plant community to actually document the conservation status of all tree species around the world. So soon we will have all the information about threatened tree species, the places where they are located, and therefore what to do and where to act and invest. I think it's very important for donors. The second point is as donors, we like good projects. And as such, we really welcome the 10 golden rules. I think they are a very useful tool. They should be used by certainly all the beneficiaries for our foundation, but many donors. I think they are simple. And from all the proposals we receive in our foundation, most of these very basic questions are not addressed most of the time. Why are you planting? Is planting needed? What species are you going to use? And so on. I can multiply the number of questions. All of them have been mentioned this morning. Is diversity, genetic diversity addressed? Where the seeds and seedlings coming from? All that question are tricky. And that brings me to the third question. There are many people out there who wants to do conservation work, plant trees. They work in isolation, like Carlos mentioned, institution in silos, but I think it's probably even worse with conservation organization on the ground. So they need a lot of technical advice from the plant community. So I think it's time for the plant community certainly to move to action. We need to continue survey, assess, plan, and so on, but we need to move to action and guide these people. And certainly as donors, we can help them financially, usually with small amount of funding. Unless my last point is, most donors, we like to document our impact, to know our money was used, and I think that's something we need to do much better in projects. We need long-term impacts, and most projects stop at the planting stage. So most people will report we planted thousands of trees and so forth. So I think we need to and I think there will be a session on that. It's very important for donors to have this kind of indicators. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Jean-Christophe. I know a lot of us will resonate with many of those points. Let me pass on to Chris and ask Chris if you'd give your introduction.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much to Colin for the introduction and Q for inviting me to take part in this panel. My name's Chris Bortry. I'm the environmental lead at Ground Control. We're a leading commercial landscape company in the UK, and caring for our environment is our core purpose. And we have strong links with Q through our commercial landscaping element of the business. We offer a full range of woodland creation services. So we have in-house design, implementation, and ongoing management. But we're also a funder. So we have an environmental impact fund that we've set up, which takes a percentage of our profits each year and invests in environmental initiatives and ventures. And part of that is dedicating funds to tree planting projects, so supporting those through funding. My background is as a landscape architect initially, and then through the sort of landscape construction side of our business, managing large commercial projects and getting schemes on the ground is really my forte. And then 2015, I did a postgrad diploma in forestry and really focusing on woodland creation and tree planting from then on. And I think the sort of big challenge we're finding, especially in the UK, is finding the right land for tree planting projects and how we unlock that and move people's views from potentially agriculture to forestry, and how we reward them for doing that.
Super, Chris. Thank you so much indeed. And Jessica, may I ask you to complete the introductions?
Thank you, Colin, and thanks very much indeed, Q, for the invitation to be on the panel. My name's Jessica. I'm the Partnerships Director at WeForest. WeForest's a non-profit organisation, over 10 years old now. And my role is I really am responsible for raising and allocating funds to support forest restoration. We principally focus in tropical regions. What I think we bring into the table here really is that we have a dual role, a little bit like Chris. We were both a funder and an implementer. We have our own teams in Ethiopia and Zambia, for example. And so that gives us an interesting perspective from both sides of the equation. And the second part, I would say, you know, I think we sit in on the spectrum of funding scales. You see forest restoration at the very tiny scale, and you see the huge multi-billion-dollar public multilateral grant allocation, and we're certainly not at that end. We're in the smaller end. So we fit in quite an interesting niche that blends different sources of finance, and particularly the private sector finance has been our primary source. What I think is interesting that I'd like to be able to bring to the discussion, especially around, Caroline mentioned carbon credits, is I think there's a lot of funding that can be mobilized that's linked to carbon, but particularly in the areas we work and the experience we've had, those kind of investments are linked to financial returns. And especially in the areas we've been working, the kinds of market returns that investors expect are not going to happen. Most of the areas we're working have serious poverty levels. So the kinds of projects that really benefit perhaps are out of reach for these carbon investments. And we've been focusing on private sector finance that looks for a social return on investment. So they're aligned with organization, mission, values, and they're investing for social impact and not necessarily for financial returns. So I'd certainly like to bring that into the discussion today. Thank you, Colin.
Super, thank you so much, Jessica. And I think you'll agree with this. We've got a wonderful panel assembled for us, and we've got some questions coming in. So I'd like to take the first one here, if I may, from Levinsky Skoll. It's directed initially at Carlos, but I'm sure there's some more general interest here. Dear Carlos, as you impressively elaborate on suitable policies to incentivize sustainable land use, I wonder which factors facilitate the necessary political will to enforce such policies effectively. I suppose without genuine political will, even the most sophisticated policies remain without effect.
Okay. Very quickly, yeah, Colin, 2 or 3 elements. One, we were blessed by having champions at the political level that understood the connections within, you know, nature and human well-being, and that is probably the result of Costa Rica having invested in our richest resource, our human resource, so consistently throughout our history. You know, our investment in education has been, you know, the pillar of development, and that is a good effect, end result out of that. Second, we were able in the early days to put economic information about the cost of losing nature and the cost of not taking actions, which is something that is very much mainstream today. You know, the economics of nature conservation today is a major driver for political interest and willingness. I tend to believe that was another element, particularly when we were dealing with, you know, facing or reverting perverse incentives, which were laws at the end of the day, were decisions of Congress and the Parliament. So we need to go through Parliament and put the information in the right political context. So putting the socio-economic information was great for doing that, but we were not successful in many cases. We still have subsidies to fuel for the fishing fleet and subsidies to agrochemicals. I mean, the groups of interest are still very, very strong. But in terms of forest policies, we were very successful, and the benefit was evident to us.
Thanks, Carlos. Anyone else like to just add a perspective on political will there? Or we can move on to other questions. Okay, let's, we've got a very specific one here around invasive, threatened plants. So maybe I can direct this at Jean-Christophe to start off with. So a question from Samilka Batnagar. To save critically endangered species, plant biotechnology is a very potent technique. Are there any funds, yours or otherwise, to support such an initiative to conserve and multiply critically endangered species via plant tissue culture?
Yeah, it's very specific one. So not our funding. We are not funding this kind of projects. That's a direct answer. Yes, there are actually some involvement on biotechnology for some species. I think in most cases, the work to be done is much more simple and doesn't need these kind of high-level technologies. I mean, it's about doing. I mean, in many cases, learning by doing. In many cases, because we don't know the phenology of the species, how to germinate, and there are many protocols. And the kind of projects we're supporting is actually to develop this capacity and the guidelines. So many people are cultivating threatened species and learning how to do that, how to propagate them, how to reintroduce them in the wild. And that's already a big part of what needs to be done. And certainly for 60,000 species, we are far from knowing how to grow all the species, especially when they are down to one or a few individuals.
I guess, is that a view reflected from most of you? I mean, Jessica, for some of your, would you concur with that in terms of the sorts of programs you're looking to fund?
To be honest, that's not within our remit at the moment. That's quite specific. You know, we're focused on the here and now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Well, let's broaden back from that very specific and an interesting question here from Kai Lepley, which is addressed to all panelists. So I'm sure you'll all have perspectives here. Which types of sustainable agriculture or forestry, agroforestry projects would be financially attractive to investors? At what scale? And what are the most important outcomes for such projects? Abid, maybe can I direct that at you first, perhaps?
Yeah, sure. And I'm sure others will have lots to offer here. But look, from our perspective, you know, when we look at the investor community, we don't see one type of investor. We see a whole array of different investors who've got different risk and return expectations. And, you know, the key is really essentially matchmaking, right? I mean, it's finding those investors interested in specific opportunities, and the requirements from a sustainability perspective are going to vary. So, you know, to pick up on Jessica's point earlier, you know, her comment about certain types of investments would be really only suitable for impact first investors, if I can paraphrase. And I think that's absolutely right. So, you know, we're looking at an example which is more suitable for blended finance, and it's focused on how you can enhance agricultural and forestry resilience targeted at smallholder agricultural communities in, you know, in relatively poor regions of the world. So the expectations for investors there are going to be vastly different than, let's say, private equity investors looking at some sustainable ag tech innovation, of which, by the way, there's lots going on. And so, you know, it's about trying to find, you know, what fits best for everybody.
Thanks. Caroline, would you like to kind of add to that from your kind of investment portfolio perspective?
Yeah, sure. And so as I said earlier, we are in the process of setting up two funds. So one is a natural capital fund and the other one is a carbon fund. And with relation to the question, if I look at that from a natural capital fund perspective, it is our idea actually to invest in the underlying asset. And we will then see whether we can actually create assets or additional value while working on the land. So, for example, for regenerative agriculture, we will look at the land which could be degraded up to a certain extent. And then we're quite seeking to come up with interventions that actually help to reverse the trend of degradation all the way up to a healthy soil. So we're looking, for example, at regenerative agricultural practice, making sure there is a constant ground cover so that it increases actually the water capacity of the soil. And we also try to work towards improving or increasing the soil organic content. And what we also aim to do, because biodiversity is high on our agenda as well, is to see whether we can forgo a certain return in order to put certain pockets of land aside simply for biodiverse plantings. So really looking at a diverse cropping system, but also with a view to increase biodiversity, the water retention capacity, and the soil organic content. And you also mentioned in terms of when is it attractive to us, we're really looking at scale. So you have to think about an investment between 25 and 50 US dollar, million, sorry. And we deploy the same practices for forestry. So there's also land that is now used, for example, for agricultural purposes, but the land is actually not really suited for agriculture. That is also something that Carlos mentioned in his presentation. So we would like to convert that land back to forestry and then also for commercial purposes. But then again, we will look at the species, the density of the plantings. Maybe we can improve also the standing timber by different rotational regime. And again, try to see whether we use not all the land to convert to commercial forestry, but leave, let's say, a 10 or 20% aside for native biodiverse plantings, simply to improve biodiversity, which you can then use for ecotourism, etc. So it is these kind of activities that we are looking for when we invest, and we really like to invest in the underlying asset.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone want to chip in there before Carlos?
Yeah, thank you, Colin, and Caroline brought many important issues. Yeah, I'm talking here, when I'm talking today about forests, I'm talking about forests in the tropics. I'm not going to talk about boreal and temperate forests because socioeconomic and biological conditions are different, but a couple of things here complement with Caroline. One, countries need to have more data, scientific data, particularly on land use capacity. Countries continue to expand the agricultural frontier in areas which are marginal for agriculture and livestock, what Caroline has just said. And so if we are able to provide the right technical information, that technical information can generate a political agreement within the environment and the agricultural agencies, because normally in developing countries, both agencies are in conflict in terms of land use. So that's a key element. The second element is that, you know, if you see the map of forest fires in the tropics in the last 2 years, you get really scared about the scale of the forest fire. The forest fire in the tropic is not because, it doesn't happen because a lightning hits the ground. It happens because humans are using the fire as a very cheap tool to do land use. That means that the value of the forest is equal to zero to them. There are no economic benefit besides extracting the timber. And by the way, in most cases, the owner, indigenous communities, small farmers, doesn't receive much of the share of the irrational logging that happens in the tropics. Here, we need to understand that we need to fix this or create a carbon forest market that at least pays the cost of opportunity of doing the wrong things that we don't want to see in those landscapes. And we haven't done that. We've been talking about REDD+ for 15 years. And besides, and REDD+ has been project driven. Even though there are some big funds helping on the preparedness and readiness, we only do projects that are not impacting in terms of legal frameworks. And my final point here, you can have a good payment for carbon offsets, that if you don't solve the other big issue, you will never do the impact at the scale that you wanted in solving the land tenure issue. This is a big issue in developing countries. In most of the countries, the government owns the land, even though for centuries there has been people possessing the land. We need to give full control and recognition of land rights to farmers and indigenous communities who has proven to be the best stewards of those ecosystems. I strongly believe in private property, and this is what happened in Costa Rica when the government began recognizing rights to the farmers and indigenous communities, they began taking care of those forests much better than the central government. So that's another issue that we need to address. There's not one size fit all kind of approach in terms of land tenure. It can be land concessions, it can be full private rights recognition. But to me, the way it is today is not going to help us to curb the high rates of deforestation that is happening in the tropics. Thank you.
Thanks, Carlos. Abid, do you want to add something there?
Yeah, no, a couple of points. I think I just wanted to build on things that Caroline and Carlos have said. So on the voluntary carbon market, I think one of the encouraging things is that when we look at the types of credits that are available in the voluntary market, soil carbon is actually being priced, at a premium. So there's a recognition that because soil carbon credits are contributing to removals of carbon, and they've got these additional, biodiversity benefits, et cetera, that there's more value inherent there as opposed to, reduction type credits. The second point related to something Carlos just mentioned is, deforestation linked to energy access is, an area that desperately needs public capital to come in. And there are examples of blended finance vehicles that could use DFI money to help de-risk capital for private investors to come in, because generally speaking, the private sector is not going to come in unless that type of investment opportunity is de-risked, given concerns about emerging market risk, etc. But it would have a huge impact on reducing deforestation linked to charcoal, for example, used for cooking. And then the third point is, I think it's absolutely crucial that investors be given much stronger signals about what they shouldn't be doing. And we don't really have too much of that these days. So, as an example, avoiding the negative consequences, that's something we're beginning to see with with high carbon energy related investments, shall we say, fossil fuel related investments, but we haven't yet seen it on the biodiversity front. And so, guidance on avoiding investments that decrease biodiversity from, single species tree planting, reforestation in areas of biodiverse, rich grasslands, peatlands, savanna, etc. Those would be a couple of examples. Thanks.
Thanks. John Christophe, I think you were trying to get in there.
Yes, thanks. No, related to the initial question, I mean, I'm not representing an investor, but a philanthropic foundation, so I'm not interested in, but the philosophy of the project remains the same, because at the end, you need to generate some income, whether it's for the investor or for the population to sustain the project, because you don't want, many donors are very short cycles, so they provide funding for 3 years or whatever, and they disappear. And if there is no income at the end of the project, then the temptation is there to go down and exploit what you or destroy what you have been doing for the previous years. So I think it's important in all projects, and we ensure that this happening in the project we support, that there is this dimension where you have a possibility to generate income even from the exploitation of the trees you are planting. And there is a second point which it links to the question on agriculture. I think a lot of tree planting is considered or is labeled as forest restoration. Why? It's agriculture. It's just planting trees. And I think it's probably time to start making a big difference between tree plantations and forest. Tree plantation, I mean, which are going to be cut down to produce wood, and other real forests that are there to generate multiple benefits for biodiversity, for people, for the long term, for water preservation, and so on. And I think all these statistics you see about the increase in coverage by forest in many parts of the world is purely wrong. I mean, if you count tree planting or monocultures, you increase. But if you look at forests per se, they are actually going down. So I think it's something we should try to do. I don't know what has been the technical hurdle to document that, but it's time to make this distinction. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Jean-Christophe. I'm going to move to another question, if I may, and it's from Ian Dawson. We understand that the quality, in inverted commas, of restoration is often lacking in terms of what is planted. So this is really, I think, the point you were making there, Jean-Christophe. From the funder's perspective, what measures would you like to see being implemented beyond simply having guidelines of good practice to improve quality? And maybe I can ask Jessica to have a stump of that from some of the work that she is looking at to fund.
Thanks very much. Yeah, this is an interesting question. And actually, there's a real theme throughout everybody's interventions that's about credibility. And I think from our experience, the explosion of interest in what you call certification, so a kind of external guarantee, if you like, that guarantee as far as you can in nature-based solutions that this is a credible project, it's good. There's a lot of that reference to certification. And I think if we're honest, not all projects can or should be certified in the sense that it requires great scale. And so the question is a great question, you know, what's the alternative? You can't ask for certification for everything. And so the 10 golden rules actually that came out form the basis of those good guidance, but it's about the checks and balances that are in there. You know, how was the program designed? What local knowledge around ecosystem restoration is part of the design? What's the outcome and the theory of change? What are the risks that have been mitigated? And so I think that process of due diligence is one that's definitely got to be addressed by a group of people who are really looking for it, as we get asked that question a lot every day.
Thanks, Jessica. Chris, would you have any perspectives there from a UK point of view, and some of the work that's happening here?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's sort of the responsibility of the funder really to sort of take on that ownership of projects. It's really not that short-termism of writing a check to planting a lot of trees, and I think, you know, in the projects that we're funding, we're looking for those guarantees of longevity, of scheme design, and using the right standards, so that you know, we're investing in projects that are going to deliver those multiple benefits into the future. And it's not just a tree planting program, it's a tree establishment, it's a tree management project, so that we can get those benefits at the end of the day. And I think it's just really important that we're using the right professionals and organisations to give us those that quality of installation and longevity of projects.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that. In fact, I'm just going to bring in a kind of follow-up to that from Paul Mukibi, and because he's looking, you know, what particular things do you look for to make your funding decisions? Can you give our audience a few sort of tips of the key things you might be looking for? Jean-Christophe, you're nodding, so I'm going to jump in straight to you there.
You know, the question I hear most often from my president is how many trees survived, how many trees are still there after 10 years, and so on. These are the key questions. So each time we are asking all our beneficiaries, or even before funding them at the project stage, to have a kind of a reporting plan against a set of indicators and explain. I think in our next, we have guidelines for applicants. I think in the next iteration, we are going to use and make explicit reference to the golden rules, because I think they are very good and simple and very well documented. So we are mostly looking for impact, justification. I mean, there is a tendency now to people say, oh, we are going to plant in trees. You establish a nursery. It creates jobs, employment. It generates some activity around in the community, and then the donor goes, and nobody takes care of the nursery. And sometimes you wonder, is there a need for a nursery, for example? Such a simple question like that. I mean, can nature does it on its own by natural regeneration? So we need, and we are looking for all this kind of information before making a decision. And given the urgency now, we really want to favor in situ conservation. I mean, drive the conservation world more into action, because, you know, there is this tendency to study more, evaluate more, assess more. We are not too sure. We are going to have a paper. We are going to have a process. And we know a lot already, and we know enough in many parts of the world to actually do really concrete action. And there are many NGOs there who are really good, and they, with a little bit of guidance, they can probably put a very good proposals. They just need to, people need to look at the guidelines. Most donors have guidelines. If they follow them, they have a chance to access funding.
Thank you. Jessica, would you like to, and Caroline, sorry.
Just a very short addition to that. I think that's absolutely right about the outcome indicators and the impact indicators. And for us, I think often the timing is the challenge. These are long-term projects. So you can monitor survival after year 1, you can monitor it after year 3, and you've probably got a good chance of knowing what the real survival is. But the impact is a decade long to be seen. So you're absolutely right. We need to see that monitoring and evaluation plan, and we need to see it's funded. That's the key. Make sure that there's funding allocated to long-term monitoring. And the other thing I would just say is that there is to take a look at some internal or inherent bias, if you like, in some of the ways that we calculate these things. And one of the experiences we had recently is that some of the permanent monitoring plots that we set up were potentially people knew they were permanent monitoring plots, so perhaps they were better tended than the other plots. So we did a series of spot checks, totally random, you know, to check whether or not the results we were seeing were representative overall. So it's that kind of critical thinking and challenging whether or not the results are what you see really.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jessica. And Caroline, you were jumping up and down there as well, also wanting to add a little.
Yeah, this is a really good question, and that's also something that we want to address within the fund. So we are in the process to set up our own impact valuation model, and that really sets key indicators on resilience, restoration, but also the interconnection between landscapes, because we're talking nature, and what you do upstream can have an effect downstream. We look at productivity and also the community. And it is along these that we set a couple of parameters in terms of hectares restored, also in terms of the biodiversity. Is there a buffer zone on which biodiversity is protected? We also look at carbon and also water. So we have a matrix that helps us to set KPIs at the start, and given the fund is 15 years, so over those 15 years, we will actually start measuring and monitoring the impact that we hope to achieve over time.
Great, thank you very much. Amazingly, we're running so short of time at the moment, so I'm going to have to start to think about wrapping it up. But there are lots of still questions there. I wonder if we could do a quick rapid round the table with a final thought about, is there one change you would like to see or would recommend to unlock more sustained funding for restoration, for biodiversity? Carlos, quick.
Yes, thanks. We will never be able to create a positive incentive at the scale that we wanted if the market of forest carbon services pays around $5 to $7 a ton of carbon. In Costa Rica, just to generate 1 ton of carbon, it costs us $17. And this carbon is gourmet carbon. It's not any kind of carbon. It's gourmet because it's associated to biodiversity. It's high in biodiversity. It's high on jobs and human well-being. But they're still paying $5 to $7. So very few countries are, being attracted, or owners of forests being attracted by this issue of the price. we need to come up with a different mechanism that that recognizes a fair and just price for the carbon services.
Thanks, Carlos. Abid, did you have one last thing you wanted to appeal to people to see a change, to be better stuff?
Well, I mean, we're engaged in one initiative right now, which is it's the task force for scaling up the voluntary carbon markets. And you know, one of the challenges with the voluntary market is that it's been quite small scale, underdeveloped, undercapitalized. And you know, our hope is that with a bit more focus on scaling it up, industrializing it, a scary word sometimes, but in this case, you know, meant to be commensurate with the speed and scale we need to move from a scientific perspective. Hopefully, you know, we see longer term supply and demand signals, which will be beneficial for everyone.
And Jean-Christophe, you had your hand up there just to add a final point.
A final point is just I'd like to I don't know, it may be expressed not only personal opinion, whatever, that trees are just fantastic and majestic. And they are,
we all agree with that.
Far more, but they are far more than just a simple way to capture carbon, which I think in many discussions they are. I mean, that's what they are considered like, and they are much more than that. So I think we need to consider that they are threatened, they are cut everywhere around the world. And let's not forget this message, and also all the biodiversity benefits linked to trees for sustaining other animals, other plants, fungi, and so on. So they are essential. And if we could bring that back a little bit in the discussion at times, and don't forget that many donors, and that's the case for my foundation, it's not, I mean, the funding doesn't come from any market. It's just for the appeal or the majesty of the trees. And that's very important, and many donors consider that important as well.
Regrettably, I think that's a lovely way to draw this to a close, to bring us back to really what we're focusing on, the magnificence of trees, the biodiversity they support, the ecosystem services that they supply to us. And it's been a fabulous discussion. Thank to all of you for your perspectives and your comments, and I hope I've given each of you enough time. I feel I haven't, because it's been such a short session, but thank you for being with us today. If you do have a bit more time, once we've passed over to Alex for today's summing up, if there is some time, we could perhaps try and answer some of the unanswered questions in the chat function once Alex is finished off. We'll try and do that. There are some other questions there, but really just to draw this question to a close, Carlos, thank you so much for setting the scene with a really exciting keynote, and thank you all for bringing these fantastic insights and helping us on this trajectory to liberating and unleashing more sustainable funding for this wonderful goal that we're all working towards. So thank you so much. And Alex, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Colin. And I'd like to thank all speakers from today's 3 sessions for their excellent and thought-provoking presentations, which really triggered some interesting discussions and broad engagement from our many participants in the audience. And thanks also to the chairs for your excellent sharing. So just before closing, I'd like to offer some personal reflections from today without attempting to truly summarize the wealth of information that has been exchanged. It's clear that our planet is now facing at least 3 gigantic challenges: the widespread loss of biodiversity, where Kew scientists and our collaborators have shown that 2 in 5 plant species now face extinction, the climate emergency, and poverty, including food insecurity. But as several of today's speakers have highlighted, we shouldn't underestimate what can be achieved when joining forces. We've seen great examples of successful stories from Costa Rica, the Philippines, Colombia, Brazil, Malawi, Chile, Hong Kong, South Africa, Congo, Thailand, the UK, and several others. And in some cases, the changes were drastic, such as in Costa Rica, which completely shifted its economy into the right direction of environmental and socioeconomic sustainability. I hope that those examples have given you inspiration and hope, and tomorrow we'll showcase further examples. One sentence that was repeated by several speakers today was the right species in the right place. And these two things sound very simple, but they're not. There was broad consensus that in most cases, native species have multiple advantages for both ecosystems and people, while exotic species can lead to long-term negative consequences for biodiversity, like in South Africa, where they pose a huge threat and are very expensive to control. We've heard how native species can perform surprisingly well when tested in the field, sometimes growing much faster than expected. But today's speakers also reminded us that it doesn't stop with selecting the right species. The ongoing management of the site is also crucially important. Short-term rotations and intensive thinning will slow down carbon sequestration. Many speakers highlighted that there is no bulletproof, one-size-fits-all solution to reforestation. So with over 60,000 species of trees around the world, and a large proportion of them threatened with extinction, as BGCI and collaborators are showing, we face a major challenge to find, collect, store, germinate, and propagate them, which calls for strong and well-planned collaboration between local communities, governments, corporates, and scientists. It was fantastic to hear the perspective from some of the world's most important companies and organizations to catalyze funds towards combating climate change. Given the huge interest and need right now, it's essential, I think, that the quality of reforestation is not compromised by the urge to move quickly to meet sustainability targets that are being announced around the world. The solutions we implement today must have a long-term focus on sustainability and benefits for climate, biodiversity, and local people. And the private sector is playing a critical role in driving innovation in this field. The way forward will involve learning from science and local knowledge, working with multiple stakeholders, including a bigger focus on local communities, farmers, families, and women, adopting best practice and taking advantage of available resources and experience to avoid repeating the same mistakes and reinventing the wheel. We've heard some innovative ideas about how to do this well, including a family-based community forestry in the Philippines, and how to match project initiatives and objectives and capacity building with the capacity and economic status of the local stakeholders. A large-scale landscape perspective is critical, and one thing we may need to discuss a bit more is the importance of connectivity and complementarity among forests to enable biological corridors and to allow species to naturally move as the climate changes. And in this sense, it's particularly important to consider restoration in mountains, where species need to move shorter distances to keep in the same climatic niche. It's also crucial that all of us, you and me, realize that business as usual is not an option. Reforestation will help us tackle important challenges, but each of us need to contribute to our best capacity through the way we eat, consume, build our houses, and provide financial or other support for the right initiatives. I'd like to end by repeating the first recommendation we had in our paper for the 10 golden rules. If there's a choice, protect existing forests first. So let us all work together towards both protecting remaining natural ecosystems and to repair the damage we've already caused for the benefit of all people and the future of our planet. Tomorrow, we'll hear more about some really interesting examples of reforestation projects, go deeper into the important topic of policy, and discuss forest regeneration. Thank you all, stay safe, and see you tomorrow.
Colombia is the second most biodiverse country in the world. In this country you will find all kinds of ecosystems, from desert to tropical rainforest. and there's about 30,000 plant species reported so far. Colombia has had for the last 60 years a very difficult conflict. Now, in the post-conflict era, many of these areas have opened not just to scientific exploration, but also to the advancement of agriculture areas. There is evidence of an increased deforestation in this era of post-conflict, and there is a race to protect these areas, to understand what's their value and how we can make a sustainable use of these lands. Kew Garden is supporting the sustainable development of Colombia by carrying out scientific exploration in many areas to understand this country's biodiversity.
In the world, there are about 35,000 orchid species. And the country that has, to date, orchids the most is Colombia, with about 4,207 species. Kew is particularly interested in Colombian orchids because its diversity is poorly understood, but also because they have an untapped potential as source for medicaments, food sources, etc.
This is the first time we've been able to study the biodiversity in this country after the conflict. And it's been absolutely fantastic to be able to explore these areas. We believe we have found many new species, and we are now delivering fantastic advances for the knowledge of this biodiversity. Hopefully, with the projects we are carrying out in the country, we can show the world that it's possible to grow in a sustainable way.
Flora Conservation Department established the native tree nursery in 1997. It aims to produce seedlings of native tree species of local provenance that are suitable for ecological restoration. Every year, we produce more than 25,000 seedlings that are planted in KFBG or supplied to local NGOs for forest restoration around Hong Kong. With permission from the government of Hong Kong, our team collects seeds in country parks and wild areas across Hong Kong. Seeds that are of good quality are planted in pots. The resulting seedlings get planted out across a stretch of secondary grassland on our hillside to enhance tree diversity and increase resilience to climate change. Since 2012, we use tree gourds to protect each seedling and enrich the soil using biochar. As a result, the vitality of our regenerating forest has been vastly improved. Using a scientific approach, a young secondary forest comprising exceptionally high diversity of a native tree is now emerging after 7 years of planting.
The project has managed to restore over 500,000 cedar trees on the mountain, which have been planted by local communities. And also it's one of the biggest restoration activities on Mulanje Mountain. And it has also helped to erase the myth that Mulanje cedar cannot be planted or in Malawi on Mulanje Mountain. I'll continue working with the communities that are around Mulanje, and also building more networks that the project has already helped to develop more networks for me, and I'll be still linking up to gain more knowledge and also help people elsewhere to plant cedar in Malawi and across the world.
We are here in the greenhouse of the seed bank Inia, Chile, to share with you one of the species of the Global Tree Campaign project. This is Myrsiantes coquimbensis, an endemic and critically endangered species, member of Myrtaceae, that grows only in the coastal area of Coquimbo region. To try to conserve this species, we make several activities, especially seed collection and plant propagation. But also, we try to involve schools and local communities to try to improve the value of the species in the community. We are really grateful with the project for trust in us and help us to help the species.